Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And they buy the vests like they had real Sons of Anarchy vests.
It doesn't work out for them when they get caught with that.
Yeah, the shirts are insulting enough, but if he saw him wearing a Sons of Anarchy cut, he'd probably call his buddies and meet him in the parking lot.
If you saw a guy, G, that had a Sons of Anarchy,
I'd take it off of him instantly.
You would.
Wherever he's at.
Knife point, gun point, doesn't matter?
You don't really need a weapon when you for a Sons of Anarchy person.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
This would be one. I think we got a handful of different openings, and some I really like.
Yes.
And have some energy to them, and then others suck. Like the one, remember, Seth, remember yesterday? The one yesterday sucked.
It was a dark day yesterday.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm telling you right now, I got I got a ton of positive response over Gene. I mean, I all the things that I read and the Facebook messages and the Twitter and
emails too.
Emails to the show. By all accounts, I think people loved Gene's appearance. Did you guys get any different feedback?
I did not get any. I mean, there was a couple people on Twitter that said, they had to tune out of the show, that it was too much Gene. But I mean, that was like 3 people.
But they have to also realize that when I brought Gene back yesterday, I had to backfill what Gene is.
Dude, I never knew anything of Gene. Phoebe didn't know anything of Gene. Like and the thing is, Bubba, is I think a lot of people that have been listening to your show forever forget that people come in at different times, and if you need to catch up on some Gene Lasker stories of him, plotting to murder you or some of these other things, I think they're good stories to hear multiple times.
I think when you get a guy that killed a man and shot him in the face, and then he proclaims, "I shot him in the face because he shoots him in the heart," as compared to shoots him in the face, because if you shoot him in the face, blood's going to go everywhere, and there's babies. His sister's children are in the next room, and if you can just put a shot to the guy's heart, it doesn't really cause that much of an issue as far as cleanup, and the babies probably don't see anything. Whereas if you blow the guy's head off, you got that all. I mean, you got brain matter. I think you have to actually hire. You may know this, Brian, but I think I used to, back in the '98 Rock days, I used to have this guy on the air, and he owned a business, and all his business was to go clean up crime scenes, like suicides inside of houses, and just different crime scenes. That was his job, was to go, and he made back then $110 an hour, because you gotta think, after they clear the investigation, let's say, Brian, some Lasker goes in, blows the guy's face off. That guy's obviously dead.
Wait, did he blow the guy's heart? Yeah, okay.
I think.
But what I'm saying is, somebody, either the family or, somebody's got to clean that area up, because you just don't, you can't leave.
It's those companies. Sorry, I meant to say something sooner. I was in the studio. Because I know the guy who used to work for you who does it.
Yeah.
Big Gulp, Babyface Thursdays, 25.
Thank you guys. Love you. Stay safe out there.
Just on social media alone, though, man, they've got millions.
Do they show pictures?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord, that's disturbing.
Yes,
it's on Instagram.
You can repurpose that on Twitter, Bubba, and get some more impressions.
I need to get back with the guy. I need to have the guy back on once a week.
Speaking of impressions,
but he would always, he really didn't have much to promote, because there's only a small, less than 0.1% of your audience wants to kill themselves. So the majority of your audience, we just want to hear the salacious stuff. We're not trying to promote your business, because your business is such a niche that 99.999% of America will never have to use your business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the only stories you get out of them is the most gruesome, which I don't know if I want to necessarily relive.
No.
It's one way to wake up in the morning. But
Yeah.
Gene was great. You know what I love about Gene is he's one of those last conduit connections back to the what I would call the good old days.
Yes. He's kind of like an old Florida cracker, where he's kind of the last of a dying breed that really came up through hard times. Almost like there were the rich people that could travel on trains when when America was migrating west, and the settlers, so to speak, where you could just literally, you could get to Montana and carve out a 20-acre lot. They just gave it to you. You would go down to the county courthouse or whatever and say, "This is my land." And maybe they charge, I don't know, a couple of bucks for it or something like that. But isn't that how we settled, Brian? Is you'd literally go out, you'd be from Tennessee. Now the rich people took trains, and the Gene Lasker.
There were no trains when they were giving away the land out there. When they were giving that away, to get the settlers out there.
Would they really give it away?
Yeah, because they had to entice people to come and start to build out there because there was nothing. I mean, there was nothing out there.
So, like, were there increments of what they would give you?
Yeah, you could come out and you would get, and they'd start logging it and all of that. Yeah, you'd put your stakes in and.
No, but so you go down to the courthouse and where they say, okay, what you want 48? You want 40 acres over here?
No, they usually do land runs.
Yeah, there would be land runs.
You start at a line, you get 200 acres in front of you, and you go grab what you want. Put your stakes down.
Yep, you put your stakes down and you'd claim it, and then somebody would record it.
Would it be a big race? Like, would there be a bunch of dudes on horses out there? And they'd have this starting line, and you go, and whatever you can see is up for grabs, right? And then they go out there and stake out how much they wanted.
They could claim up to 160 acres.
Man!
Settler Bubba's like, I'm just going to take an acre here. No, I'm not running all the way down there. I'm not about that.
I can't farm 160 acres. I can bet you we can have a little garden at best, but I can't, I can't get behind this plow and things like that. But Lasker is obviously not a settler. But within our society, he kind of is one of the last settlers, is he not?
Well, I was referring more to the connection to the show, being one of those guys that were there through the serious days, and
he's seen it all.
He's seen it all, and he's that conduit back to those days. But even then, he is a throwback. They don't make him like Gene anymore. He is the American dream. When you think about his life and what he's been through, I mean, coming up, being adopted, murdering a guy, still being around, it's the way you want to live your life.
Murdering a guy. I mean, for real.
I mean,
right.
he got I mean, he didn't get away with murder, but I mean, he kind of did. He had a justifiable reason to kill the guy.
Right. I mean, the guy is raping his sister. His sister's pleading for help.
Oh, that's your wet dream, Bubba, right? Having a clean shot like that?
No.
Come on. You want to kill somebody.
Here's the deal. I do.
I know.
I do. But I don't want it under those circumstances. I want it under, I catch a guy in my house in the middle of the night trying to steal something, try and take my B.B. King guitar, and
What if he's just sniffing the Merch Cricks undies?
Well, you're getting. I mean, I'm going to kill him. I mean,
Wow.
Well, no. If you're in my house in the middle of the night, and you're in my house,
listen up, Stein.
Hold on, and I don't know. No, let's put this disclaimer. And you are somebody that I truly do not know, and you either slipped in. Listen, I go and check my doors every night. Like, I check all the doors on me at my apartment.
Nikki Peel $100 on the Venmo.
Thank you, Nikki Peel, with the hottest of White Alley. I check my doors to make sure it's all locked up. So if I got woke, first of all, I'm on so many drugs that chances are you could literally be having a party out in the other room and I wouldn't hear you. I mean, I'm for real. Thank God I got Bella, because Bella would start going crazy. Okay, so then she'd wake me up. If I walked out to my kitchen, Lummy, and there was a guy, like he had a drawer open, or even like he was, and I go, "Who are you? Who is that? Who are you?" And he didn't, it wasn't Brett or Seth.
What if they identified themselves by their
screen name?
It's Grouper Lips.
Oh, I mean, then I wouldn't shoot Grouper Lips because I know Grouper Lips. But if it was like,
Who do you?
If it was like I don't know this guy here, Bert Oprez.
Berto Perez?
Oh, Berto Perez?
Great guy.
Who's this guy? Irish guy, Bert O. Perez.
All right, well,
he would never harm you or your family.
Here's the thing. I have a general idea of the screen name. So if the guy goes, "This is Berto Perez," Bubba Army, I'm on chat.
What if a guy goes, "Hey, it's Pappy Jasper"?
I'd be like, "What? Where do you follow us on?"
YouTube, sir.
Show me your socials.
Which YouTube?
And then you can spin the wheel.
Right, hold on. You say YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Like you have this much interaction with the bad guy.
Yeah, I'm just looking around your house, big fan.
Trying to look for some inner circle coins.
Just looking for some Alex Stein remnants, and then I'll be on my way.
Looking for those new Air Bubba shoes?
Yeah. Maybe a pigmentation shirt.
Well, first of all, our merchandise department is at our studios, so you have no business being in my home. And I'm going to. I don't think I would shoot a guy that said Bubba Army.
Now everybody knows how to get away with it.
I'm just saying.
That's the
You ever
universal
see
sign of peace.
like the bad guy that's breaking into my house has no idea who I am. He's just there for bad intentions. Wouldn't even, if I say, hey, are you Bubba Army? And he'd say, what? Like most bad guys that have the mentality to rob your house at night don't know what that means. There's only a small percentage of people that know, yeah, I'm Bubba Army. Yeah. I mean, back in the day. You and Brent.
You got a hot wife? You want to get a mix in with me in the merch crick?
So hold on, I got a guy at gunpoint. Now I'm asking him if he wants a mix in.
That'd be kind of hot though.
It would be. I mean, that's pretty hot fantasy, Bubba.
No, that's not how.
One arm at gunpoint, one set up the sex swing.
I don't want a guy blasted merch crick at gunpoint.
Let her have some fun, Bubba.
Who I just found robbing my place. No.
But he said Bubba Army, so it's good.
No.
He's a really big fan. Gotta be a P1.
So I'm just telling you, if there's a
Pappy Jasper, bang her.
Lummy, if it's like one of the homeless, like that big 7-foot black guy.
Oh yeah,
homeless black guy.
Well, now you're talking a different story here.
Brian,
I gotta see how he's hung.
Brian,
I gotta imagine he's just down to his knees.
The 7-foot homeless guy
that Brian feeds
that spends the majority of his time. He sometimes migrates over here, but the majority of his time is over by. He sleeps literally behind Ken Snyder's door. I've seen him. That's where he sleeps.
He hasn't been there in a while. They've got that homeless encampment in the abandoned lot over there.
Yeah, he moves there, and he goes to Hampton Inn a lot to get the free buffet.
So where? Now hold on.
Jeez, you guys got a tracker on this dude?
Yes, the Bubba Light $9.99.
Well, Lummy's there getting the free buffet at the Hampton Inn.
I see him.
No, this industrial park that we're in is relatively small, so everybody kind of knows each other's business. At least everybody know, like everybody knows that Dex has like 3 or 4 buildings, including one across the street from Hunter Law.
And everybody knew that Seth worked next door, but pretended like he didn't for a year and avoided us all.
Right.
Everybody knew that?
If I would say,
everybody knew it, Seth.
And everybody in this area, if you would say, hey, the Brinks building or the AAA or the the Bubba Studios or the Bake More Pies or the urology people or the guy next door who does HVAC or where Maria and Johnny No Name work.
And Casper's too.
Yeah, and Casper's who own the majority of the McDonald's. Those are the big major players in this industrial park that have at least been here the longest, right?
Maria Guatemala works over here?
Yeah, she just works one street over.
With Johnny No Name?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
We should be meeting up more.
Like Brian, like this is everybody kind of within, and then you cross Cypress. And, then there's that whole little that's getting smaller, though, because of the overpass they're putting in.
Yeah. It's all of our neighbors are gone.
Yeah. It's not a wonder they didn't take. I don't understand how they take the building in front of the Dex, that big glass building in front of Dex, but Dex doesn't get taken out. And Tom Bean and Gina's place isn't.
So it's because they only need a certain amount for drainage. So that's going to become a off the highway drainage area. The highway will extend over a little bit.
Yeah.
So you're saying that big glass building is going to be mostly used as a drainage ditch?
Yeah. They
Really?
need water flow off of the interstate in order, if they had a heavy rain.
When they make these big, huge highway, expansions, like modern day, they consider all of that, like where they have to build a pond so that the water can run off the road down through a pond system to get down to a retention system that gets them down to this big retention. They even design stuff like that.
Yeah, it may not be an actual pond, but it's definitely there for water flow off.
Right. It may not be it may not get enough to be able to sustain pond levels, but at least if we get a heavy rain, it would be able to handle that. No problem.
Yeah.
So it could be, we don't know if it ends up being a constantly wet pond or it ends up being just kind of a holdover. Sometimes it looks like a dry lake of, it looks like the Bonneville salt flats.
Well, that's currently where a lot of the homeless people live. They got a pretty nice setup over there.
So when you say the homeless people across the street from Gina's, are you talking about that vacant lot where that building used to be?
Yeah.
And now how many? That's like almost a homeless. You know what the city of Tampa should do? Until they actually start doing construction, which I think is a year away, they should just bring all homeless people over there.
No, I'd rather them not. I'm good with. I'm good with the number of the amount of traffic that we currently have over there.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's all graded out. Like, it's just a complete empty lot. There's maybe if you're the city of Tampa, you bring 4 or 5 portalettes so they're not peeing, everywhere.
Well, there's
And then
construction portalets they use, and this one guy's got a couch.
I think that's what cities need to do. Is they need to find, like, Brian, how many acres would you think that would be?
Well, St. Pete had that, and they broke it up. They had all the homeless people kind of camp it out in one area, and
like a homeless Woodstock. Like you actually, as the city, try to give them some services and help them a little bit, like provide portalets for them. Maybe every once in a while bring down some some food from the Metropolitan Ministry.
Yeah, have Head PE come out and do a concert out there.
Well, Tampa has that, Bubba.
No,
that would be the band.
Near Macho Man's Tower yesterday.
That'd be the band they'd want to. Real violent, crazy band, right? Yeah. What's that, Rhett?
I said they had one of those set up at Macho Man's Tower yesterday. That's why he had to leave for a little while.
Oh, yeah. So Macho Man takes care of our AM station, AM 820 in Tampa. One of the agreements that I had with Bruce Midori, who owns AM 820, and I don't know, they own how many signals do you have? I think you have 3 signals in Tampa, don't you, Mach? Or
2.
4?
2 FMs, 1 AM, so 3 total.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, three radio stations that he has to has a transmitter site.
Will he only talk to you through Rhett now, Bubba?
I don't know. Macho Man, can you talk? Are you allowed to talk? Can you talk? Do I who's that famous baseball player for the Dodgers that has an interpreter?
Ohtani.
Is it Macho Ohtani now? where only Seth can talk. Rhett can talk for you. So Macho Man, you there? First of all, are you talking or do you need an interpreter?
We have Rhett talk.
Mach, are you talking?
Not to you.
He is talking. Can you hear him?
Mach, you there? Oh, I got.
There's no way you're not messing with him.
Hold on.
Right?
Okay, hold on. You should be. Okay, here we go. Mach, you there?
How's everybody doing?
Okay, cool.
There we go.
Mach, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 mic pots, and some are up. Like the couch I got down. And then the, Anna's old area, I got it turned down because you don't want to get the background noise. So those 2 are turned down, but everything else is up. It gets a little confusing sometimes.
I think we put like VIP fader. How the different color fader caps.
No, I think we're good. So, Macho Man, you working for Genesis Broadcasting, and then also doing the stuff for me. Our agreement is sometimes, like once you get the show up and going, if a few times this has happened, where my agreement with Bruce Midori is you can leave and go, address that, the tower just got hit by a lightning, issue. We got both stations are knocked off the air, like, that kind of deal.
Yeah, emergencies, yeah.
So, like, I'd say probably in the however long you've worked for me, you've probably had to leave like maybe 3 or 4 times.
Probably closer to 10, but yeah.
Okay. So, yesterday, Happy Macho comes to me and goes, after we get the show going a little bit, is it okay for me to get my 1,000 horsepower Mustang and go check a tower site digging? I go, yeah, you can go. Yeah, sure. What's wrong? He goes, I don't know. So he gets out there, and I don't think the issue that you were having was caused by the homeless, but you while you're driving to the transmitter site. Now, what most people don't realize is that radio stations, 90 back in the day, the old school days when single dudes owned an FM, they would have like this little building, and then right behind it was the tower. Old school 60s and 70s radio, where sometimes the tower and transmitter and all the guts that's needed to, you have to have a whole big building by the tower. By the radio tower, you have to have this big building. And what's in those buildings, Macho Man?
Mainly the transmitter, some processing equipment, ways to get the audio out there. And now I know you're going this basically because of the consolidation and everything. All the companies put the studios in one big building and a central location. Then we remote out to the transmitter sites.
Right. Very, very rarely are the radio stations now, the studios at the transmitter site. I would say, Macho, would you not say probably less than 10% of all radio, including old school AM and just the mom and pop FMs, you know, somewhere in Oklahoma, the plains of Oklahoma. Like, there's probably
a handful.
Maybe 5% of all radio still has the transmitter site at the studios.
D Bubba Light 999 Super Chat.
Everybody has their studios somewhere, you know, and then they microwave it or ISDN it out to the tower. The tower does what it needs to do. To this, you send your signal to this building, and then this building somehow turns it into this beautiful spoken word or music. Am I assuming a rudimentary Macho Man that, you know, the signal goes to that building, you know, cleans it all up, processes it, and then sends it up. There's a machine that actually has to send it up the line all the way up the tower to an antenna that distributes it, correct?
Yeah, they call it a broadcast exciter, and that actually puts the audio on a carrier wave for the radio frequency that you're on, and then it goes into an amplifier to boost it up to like 100,000 watts or whatever, and then it comes out the antenna out top.
So think about this. Like, if I were to count to 10 right now, for the average person listening to us, you know, how long of a delay is it, approximately?
Well, on 820, it's like 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Wow.
And if we were doing a microwave shot, it would be live.
Right. So,
but after delay, sorry, our post delay.
So, you know, what you're hearing over the air right now on AM 820 and then the two FMs, was it 96.7 and 98.3?
Like 42 seconds with a delay.
Oh, so
I forgot about the broadcast.
But the 40 comes from us.
Correct.
But just pure raw audio. That if we didn't delay our audio and we were just sending straight audio out to 820, it'd only be a 2 second delay. That's it.
Yeah, and when we were live before delays and stuff, and we were on microwaves, you could listen to the air signal and talk back in the day. Like when you were on the Power Pig, there definitely was. You were listening to air signal.
Yeah, we had air and program, and I usually listened to air back in the day.
I'd rather.
So anyway, Macho Man gets out. Macho, you got some kind of problem at the transmitter site, right? Which is in Largo, which is in the really, really, really ghetto. Like I didn't even know that Pinellas County had big fields like this anywhere in Pinellas County. Like, if you think of Pinellas County, if you think of Hillsborough County, you can think, there's all kinds of probably
by the fairgrounds.
You know, well there, somewhere in Zephyr Hills and Land O'Lakes, which some of that's Pasco, but just, you know, like some areas over by
Riverview too now.
Yeah, there's some land. There's more land.
It's a big ass county.
But Pinellas, man, it's jammed. Pinellas is like Manhattan. It's just jammed on top of each other. You know, there's not a lot of areas of fields and stuff left in Pinellas County, but the transmitter site that AM 820 is, it's still got, 10 acres?
Yes, but I was dealing with a translator in Hillsborough County yesterday. I basically drove up and I couldn't get to the transmitter because there was a big new city there.
Right. So there's this, they have this building with the transmitter. We're in Hillsborough now at a different site, and these homeless people have now used. I think they've used the transmitter as you have a homeless camp at the transmitter. How many people you think were there?
I know there was at least 2, but I mean it was multiplying. Last week it was just a mattress. This week I had like 3 tents out there. I sent you the video
where I saw it.
Yeah.
Now were they there when you were there?
When I first rolled up before I came in at 4 a.m. to check it, I couldn't get in, and then I looked and I saw there was somebody sleeping, so I didn't want to get out of the car because I didn't know if they were on crack or whatever.
Then you have to shoot them.
So I called the non-emergency Hillsborough line, and they didn't answer. And then of course when I got here,
that's reassuring.
Well, when I got here after
it's
6,
not an emergency. No, we'll get to it at 9.
After 6 I called and they did answer, and they were very, very helpful. The sheriff's department's actually going out there this weekend to make sure they grab them and arrest them.
Really? For trespassing?
Yeah,
right?
I signed a warrant thing or whatever.
Right. Now, do you ask the guys, hey, before we arrest you, will you clean your stuff up? Or I'm assuming they're the standard homeless heathen that just leaves their urine stained mattress and all their just, listen, homeless people aren't necessarily the cleanest people in the world now. Let's just be honest.
And they were blocking the main entrance. It's like, guys, come on.
I think I'd go in there and fumigate everything.
I want to burn it, set it on fire.
Yeah, but wear gloves or Like, I mean, I'm not a pussy or anything like that, but I'd wear some kind of work gloves just to keep all their, like, if you're moving mattresses and things like that they've laid on.
Lights and all kinds of stuff.
We got the video of the shanty town up on YouTube.
So Macho likes to burn it. What happens back there in that control room that makes people into fire and pyrotechnics?
Oh, jeez.
No comment on the matter.
That was kind of a low blow.
Yeah,
I mean,
Brian.
Putting that on a guy. I mean, put that.
I'm just saying.
There's a lot of raps you can put on people. You don't want to put that rap.
Just saying.
I mean, you can apologize. And, I mean,
Sorry,
you,
Mach.
you-
Sorry,
No,
Mach.
it's fine. I'll see some pyro this weekend, actually, and some lasers.
Yeah, Macho's
Going to
okay.
Atlanta.
Macho is so nice that he's okay that when you even give him a little FU slight, he's such a nice man that he'll even just roll with
Well,
it.
Mach is a raver, so that's a lot different than that's what you're talking about, Mach, right?
Yeah.
You're going to like some EDM concert?
Yes.
Oh yeah, and he usually has to have the day. He usually when he goes to one of these things, he knows his body and he knows how he just knows.
Gotta charge the body in the glow sticks.
He just knows how his body reacts to these music festivals and how he rages so hard. He eats clean and lifts and leads a clean life until he goes to these EDM shows.
I sent you the video of the homeless camp.
So he almost has to live such a clean life, while he's not raving, because when he goes to one of these music festivals, he just totally goes off, and he knows that he's doing irresponsible things, and he knows he's going to be consuming, irresponsible levels of different stuff, and so he sometimes asks for Monday off, even though the festival's done Sunday morning. He'll ask for Monday off because he knows, Lummy, that he's just going to
Need to recover.
Get wrecked. How old is Mach?
Mach is like 35 or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Mach, I don't even think I don't think that's anything you ever really want to talk about your age, do you?
It's just a number.
No, I know it's just a number. What is yours?
I have no idea.
Yeah, see, it's
What a mystery. I love it.
Exactly.
I don't even know how old he is, but I would never ask.
Nobody. No, I know how old he is, but I'm not gonna.
That's an objection, Brian.
I mean, you can object, and you don't have. There's no requirement for him to answer.
And I'm the boss.
I was just curious.
If I'm the boss, and I don't have a problem with not knowing what his date of birth is, I don't think that affects his paycheck at all.
It doesn't, but I mean, well, you got to know it. I mean, you do know his date of birth if you go through your paperwork, but.
Well, how old do you think, Brian?
I was going to guess somewhere.
Go through it.
I was going to guess somewhere around 38, 40, like in that range.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying 38 to 40. Lummy, would you like to guess? Lummy, you might know.
You got to
I'm gonna
know
say
it. I mean, you
37.
do know his date of birth if you go through your paperwork.
I
but,
just said that.
Well, how old do you think, Brian?
I was going
I'm
to guess
not gonna
somewhere.
Go through it.
Oh my god!
Oh my God! I just said that.
I'm gonna say 37.
37.
Yes.
I think everybody is going to go low in fear of if you go too high, then he could always snap on you or something
That's
like
right.
that. You know what I'm saying?
I still have it in the back of my headphones.
I do too. I'm trying to find where it's coming from. 37. Yes. I think. There you go. I found it. I found it. It was the It was the Twitter feed.
Do you think this is why the Hall of Fame hasn't called you yet, Bubba?
What do you mean?
For like having moments like that, and then where you can't pod Macho Man up and all that stuff. Do you think the Hall of Fame's watching your every single move?
I think
and
that
your full body of work.
I think that the Hall of Fame knows how tough it is to have 5 to 7 people that you're trying to all mix in while trying to take that signal and visually put it on 5 to 7 platforms and audibly multiple platforms, and that you're in the first break of your show, even if you're a Hall of Famer like me, it can be a little bit scattered, if you will, trying to just get your bearings about yourself. It'd be like this. Do you think that, usually the Patrick Mahomes' most brilliant play where he does like the look-off pass or something, usually isn't play one.
That's a good point.
So, this is my first play of the day.
You're just getting the running game going and everything.
Yeah, I'm just
short
getting,
passes.
Yeah,
the problem is when we come off the line with some false starts and some holds. It really puts us behind the chains to start the show.
The problem is when we go 3 and out, right, Brian?
Yeah.
First one was a 2-yard run. Second one was
you fumbled the snap and laid on it for a 3-yard loss.
No, the second one was an incomplete pass to Lummy. The third one was an incomplete pass to Seth, and now Brian's coming in to kick the ball away. I mean, Brian, you're the punter, bitch.
I'm the punter. I'll take it.
It's the Bubba the
the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick Hogan's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
No. They're drafting some of these kickers and
Yeah,
stuff.
but
now,
you get kickers are done in the free agent didn't get drafted market. You got fucking.
Well, but this guy had like 20 punts inside the 5.
Okay, so hold on. So what's that saying? When you draft a punter that high, you're saying you're going to punt a lot.
Because you know what? Caleb Williams texted him and goes, "You're not going to be on the field that much."
Because I'm going to be throwing pick sixes, bitch.
Guys, I just went through this thing the last 2 years with Justin Fields. Can you just give me some grace on Caleb Williams right now?
When you're the one that brings it up,
I just need grace, man.
That your team drafts a
Yeah, I'm proud of it. I'm trying to give Brian some fucking credit here, and he's tearing me down.
I just made a joke.
I can't handle it, Brian. I can't handle Chicago quarterback jokes anymore. It's my whole fucking life.
Well, hold on. Here's the deal.
And it's hard being Jewish right now too.
And if I can also stick up for you further, let's not just fragment being a Bear fan into who they have for quarterback. Just being a Bear fan in general has been tough.
It's been really hard on me, man.
They got a new stadium coming.
I got nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
I'm just down here suffering, man.
When's the last time you really had a good team?
Like 6 years ago. That's when we had the double doink on the fucking Eagles game.
Field goal game. You guys made it to the NFC.
Yeah, but if you had just adopted the Bucs like you should have, then you would have been able to celebrate a Super Bowl championship.
Let him go fucking do a card break or something.
All right.
Go do a card break. Gotta do a card break out here, guys. Look back.
I would tell you, but Homic's on. I'll text you.
I was just asking out of curiosity.
I think it's just funny, but
We have no clue. You are mysterious. Yeah, guys, let's take it easy on Seth. The whole Jewish Bears fan thing.
Yeah, can you listen? Hold on. I can take the Bears fans, but just stay off the Jew shit, okay? Scout. I'm not sorry, Scout. Chat. Just stay off that, because that's not cool.
No, it's not.
It's not cool. You to be fucking with a guy's religion. I'm all about fucking with it. Kids and religion's about my only two thing,
That you won't touch.
Right, and we even use our kids sometimes, little baby face, we talk about them in generalities. We don't give any specific information about them. But somebody could say something bad about her, or Seth's kid. So kids and religion, let's just not go there. Everything else, I don't give a fuck. White Sox, Bears, he's a snowflake, bitch boy.
Yeah, they did have some heavy Jewish jokes at the Brady roast.
Did they? I have to watch that. I heard it was actually pretty good.
Nikki Glazer absolutely killed it.
But I'm gonna
Tony Hinchcliffe killed it.
Hold on. I'm gonna throw it over to you. So I want to talk about this on the show, okay?
Okay.
So I don't want to get too far down the path. So I'm gonna go with you on because you've seen it all, right?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay.
I love a good roast.
And you know what? She is a sexy bitch.
Oh, Nikki Glazer?
Yes.
She's attractive.
Yeah, but
she said, she's starting to get a little long in the tooth.
But her swag and her funniness makes helps with the attraction level too.
Yeah. No, she's up there as far as female comedians go. Her and Eliza Schlesinger, whatever her name is.
Wait, are you being serious? Or she named from a long time ago?
No, she's.
Eliza Schlesinger. Oh, I was thinking of somebody. I was thinking of
here. Look.
Elaine Boozler.
Jesus, Lauren.
What?
This one.
Oh.
Schlesinger.
Yeah, she looks nice.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice skin.
Look at the knots.
Oh wow. She's got them shelved up.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at Knox early in the morning. Little rascal.
Hot Knox. I am a dirty little rascal. Call me Spanky.
Oh boy. Oh boy. What up, Berto?
So what if Hulk Hogan banged his wife?
And that's bad?
You would have too if your best friend was the greatest wrestler of all time. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Well, let me. Do you know if Brad or maybe Macho Man might know this? Do we got to do Hopper or new positioning statements that we're working on right now? Is there some in production? Do you know?
I do not know.
Macho, do you know if we got any new ones coming?
We kind of need to probably pay for the last ones.
We need to what?
Pay him for the last ones.
Oh, we didn't pay him for the last one?
I don't think so.
All right, well, it's all through communication. I can't read,
No, I know. I didn't want to say it on the air, but no, we just did.
All right, well, how about that one service we were talking about? Is that a discussion we should have, or?
It's very expensive.
Okay.
Just for what it is.
Right. Perfect. No problem. Hey, Seth, what happened? I'm just trying to do some general housekeeping and tie some loose ends up. What happened? There's this big. Dan gives you like $500 to go out, and I'm sure Brian might have been listening to the show and probably got a little jealous.
I didn't say anything. I didn't want to.
Yeah, because Brian's your card guy. That's you. That's a thing.
He's my card brother.
I mean, that's a thing that you guys are like bros on. Like that's you and his jam.
People don't know that we talk all day about it.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
not sure how much work Brian's getting done, but I know that we're talking a lot about cards throughout the day.
Well, he's winning enough money to pay his bills and his card habit, so he's doing okay.
K-Dub 30 on the Venmo.
I'll be giving out fleshlight handies in the alley behind the back to have money for cards soon.
Right. So Dan, like Seth goes, oh my God, there's the dungaree.
Bowman. There was a Bowman release party.
Oh,
yeah. Like you line up at midnight and get the new Bowman.
There's this big Bowman, sale, and you camp out like you're a Palestinian protester right outside the card shop, and they open up at midnight.
Well, you're looking to get one of those Rising Inferno autos that everybody's clamoring for.
So that initially Seth thought it was like $380, but then he finds out it was like $519, and Dan gives him the difference, and Dan tells him to go out and buy one of these things,
the jumbo box for $519.
Wow!
And the deal was that Dan gets the first $519 back, and then everything from that point forward, I think you guys were going to split 50-50.
Yeah, well, Dan's probably. I mean, it's hard to get $520 out of a box of cards.
I mean, so why? So then why buy?
Because you're looking for that 101, right? It's like a scratch-off ticket. Now you're going to recover out of a $520 box of cards. You're going to recover at least the majority of your money. 80 to 90%, I would say on average, right?
For
Seth?
real?
Yeah.
Probably with Bowman right now because it's really hot. You could get a lot of your money back.
80 to 90% on a product like that. On a typical product, you're looking to recover 50% if you don't hit big. If you don't hit big. But if you hit big, you can quadruple, quintuple, 10 times your money.
Right. But you're just saying the average jobber that goes out and pays $519 for one of these boxes, chances are you're going to
not make money.
Not make money, but not lose your ass.
Right.
Like, maybe it was a $1.50 loss.
Yeah, that's the difference between that and a scratch-off ticket, right? Like a scratch-off ticket, 1 out of 5 times you're going to lose. 4 out of 5 times you're going to lose. 1 out of 5 times you're going to win. But when you lose on a scratch-off ticket, you lose it all, and when you win a little bit. With sports cards, you're not going to lose all of it because you're getting some value out of it. But
you have something of tangibility, I guess.
Yeah, you have something left over. Even if you don't hit big, you're going to get something out of it. So on the average product, I think Seth would agree. You're looking at probably 50% loss. That is your worst case scenario. But on a good product like this, you're probably only looking at like a 20% loss, worst case scenario.
All right, so best case scenario, like what do you hit? Like, don't give me the biggest, the coup de grace. Like, don't give me the big,
the $200,000 card.
Don't give me that. But give me other levels of cards that
There's
you
a card.
hit.
I looked last night. There's a card up for $1,000.
Boom.
Yeah, I have a guy that I think the number 2 pick in the draft or number 1, Dylan Cruz.
Right. So there are you could get. There's probably 1 or 2 of these super special Rambo $200,000 cards, but there's probably a couple hundred of these others cards.
Probably thousands, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then, the cards go down from there.
Yeah.
And so, Seth, my question is, I don't see any cards, so did you not buy them?
Well, because there is such high demand for the product, it went up from $519 to $575 before they ever went on sale, which I think is too expensive. So I called Dan yesterday and I just said, Dan, I said the jumbo's $575. I said the regular one's, $275. I said it's going to be pretty hard, I think, to make $600 back. I said just so you know, whatever you want to do. And he's like, well, just get the $275 one.
All right. So did you get the $275 one?
I'm going to get it today.
Yeah, but now by you waiting, like the more that you wait and the later you get to the card store, is that the worser your chance? Do they put or is it just completely random? It doesn't matter if you're there the day they opened at midnight or, today at 4:00 in the afternoon. You have just, it's so it's like, you don't have a better chance of winning scratch off when they open the store compared to like 6 PM.
Right. Yeah. It does not matter. The only thing that you lose out on is just the prices keep going up. So
now, Brian, do you think, and I'm not trying to insinuate anything or, bring a lawsuit about myself, and this is strictly a question and maybe a guy's opinion. But listen, there's monkey business that goes on in everything in life. There just really is. Like even on our level. I mean, if we ever had a guy when we were out giving away, Metallica tickets.
Yeah.
Caller 10 gets Metallica tickets. Well, I'd have one of my friends who really wanted to go, and I'd already have him on hold. On line 8, and I'd tell everybody, listen, nobody touch line 8. So I would go through my 98 Rock, your caller 1, 98 Rock, your caller 2, 98 Rock, count of 3, clear on until I get to the 10th caller, which is my guy on hold. I hung all the rest of them up. 98 Rock, you're the 10th caller. You're going to Metallica. Who is this? This is Jimmy, man, out here at Clearwater. Oh, my God, I want to go to Metallica. Am I on the air? Yeah, you're on the air, 98 Rock. Oh, my God, is this Bubba? Yeah, this is Bubba. And you won concert tickets. Congratulations, Tony. Okay, Tony, what do I do? I'll put you on hold. Guido, get you information. And back then, Lummy, they actually had to come to the radio station. Like, we didn't do any of this will call stuff. Like, you came to the station, and we had a front receptionist, and she had all the prizes up there in envelopes. And you'd walk in and say that you're Brian McGillicuddy and show them your ID, and you'd get the tickets. Well, I mean, there's that.
And then you went and mowed Bubba's lawn.
Yeah, then you were my pool guy for the next year. I mean, I had those kind of deals. My pool guy, he loved livestock, right? Well, livestock was our event. So me pulling, like, I don't even have to pull any favors with livestock. It was my event. Like, I would go to Brad Hard and say, hey, I need like 25 backstage passes. Okay. Like, I could do anything I wanted.
Yeah.
So this dude's like, listen, man, if you could set me up with 2 camping passes, and then 4 4-day was a 3-day. It was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 4 3-day passes. I'll do your pool for you for the rest of the year.
Okay.
Okay. What's going to cost me usually? What's pool service? I think
$100. Back then, probably like $70 a month.
No, but mine was a bigger pool.
So maybe $100 a month.
I think it was 90.
Yeah.
I think it might have been 90.
I was way off.
No, you're right there. You were actually dead on, my friend. So yeah, I think it was 90. And then I had Lummy, of course, my lawn guy. He was wanting to go to concerts.
Oh, of course.
His wife might have needed boobs. It's just hard telling.
It's hard telling how much fraud there was back in the day.
Exactly.
Luckily, the statutes run on most of these.
True. Thank God. And here's the deal, Ryan. Here's where I drop the mic on you. and you're like, wow, you didn't commit any crimes, because that's called plugola and payola in in the radio industry. If you let your friends win, or you do things like that, or you play back in the early days with Alan Freed, he was one of the very first radio personalities that played music on the air, and it was in Cleveland. Well, he got to be so popular. He was that night guy, Lummy, that was playing the Beatles and all that kind of stuff, and he was really popular. Well, the record labels came to him and started just giving, because he would, like, if he played your record on the air, it was a hit. It was guaranteed to be a hit, because he was on one of these 100,000-watt stations in Cleveland. Look him up, Alan Freed. Well, he went down. The feds got him because the record labels would give him all this money to play certain songs, because you were guaranteed to have a hit. So if you had to pay him, he was getting like $5 and $10 grand back in the 50s. Whew. Yeah. So, and then that's illegal by FCC guidelines. That's illegal, but not if you're not an employee of the radio station and you own your own syndication and you license your show back to the affiliate that's playing it. Then you control your advertising and you control the deals that you cut. And so, Brian, do you understand? Like, it's not.
Yeah, but was your whole time at 98 Rock like that? I don't think you're going back to the original Livestock, like 2000.
No, 2 years. 96. No, I'm sorry. Yes, it was my entire night. Tom Bean got me out of being an employee after I left Nights in the Power Pit.
So it was like 98?
Yeah, 96.
96?
Yeah. So I started 98 Rock December 2nd, 1996. And so in between those two contracts, my Power Pit contract and my new 98 Rock contract, which were vastly different in numbers and all kinds of incentives, Tom went ahead and made me, my own corporation, and then they just hired my corporation as a subcontractor, and they loved it because they saved all the employee tax, all the Social Security tax. They saved all that. So it was a win-win situation. But I could talk about anything I wanted. It's my show, right?
Right.
I mean, at that point, you're subletting me that time, on your show. I mean, on your bandwidth for however many hours. It's my show. You're subcontracting me out, so there are no plugola and payola parameters because it's my show.
Sponjo, can I ask you a question?
Does Phoebe need boobs? I would have given them to her back in the day.
What? No, I mean, I think
that's what all the radio personalities in town try to always hang on me. Is like, he's such a fraud. The bottom line is, if you, I thought hard telling how many of the 12 boobs of Christmas contests were his friends and stuff.
I'll tell you right now, 90% of them.
No,
what you're gonna do about it?
I will tell you this right now. Steve Hurley from Stingray Chevrolet. As much as he's screwed me over the years, Lummy, and stuck with Calta and things like that, you know what? He came crawling around when his just turned 19-year-old daughter needed new knockers. Who do you think Steve Hurley came to?
Bubba.
Me. And who do you think contestant number 7 was?
His daughter.
Exactly,
now,
Steve.
she might have won anyways, though, right?
I don't know. I didn't even look at the picture. I just handed her and said, here's the winners.
Well, my question is that it felt like you were getting ready to, before you started, admitting to all the crimes you've committed on radio over the years, it felt like you were going to ask a question about, cards or something.
Yeah, do I think that Panini is sending their best boxes to Dave and Adams so that when they open up live and do the live breaks, it draws up more excitement? I think that is in the realm of possibility that's happening in the card world, yes.
Right, so, like in the card world, like when we did the Wonka deal, when we won the Wonka deal, we
don't say that everything's been a work, dude. You're not. I mean, geez, we still do stuff. Is this your last show?
Not everything. Not everything.
Talk about the cash cube too.
Oh my goodness!
Not everything's.
So I turn it up to a 12 if I don't want you to win any money, but if I want you to win some money, if you're my friend, I turn it down to an 8.
I'm just, no, and every contest we've ever done
has been rigged.
It's not like everybody that win, but I'll spray on the 12 boobs of Christmas, Lummy. There would be 2 or 3 that were
ringers.
The majority, 9 of them or so were just standard chicks.
This is just like saying you only took steroids, one game a week, Bubba.
Sure, I don't care.
The pool is tainted.
Here's the deal: if I was in a league that didn't test for steroids, who cared?
That's true.
I'm saying. I mean, can you imagine if you were you're Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, or Sammy Sosa, and you didn't have to even worry about getting tested? I mean, you were hitting bombs. Doing things undercover. Can you imagine if said, "Oh, it's wide open. Just take what you want."
Yeah,
man. There'd be people. Remember how small the bat used to look to when Jose Canseco would grab it. He was just a little freak of steroid nature. But so, yeah, what I'm saying, Brian, is they get a hold of, they find these big break cards on social media, these big break franchises, which I'm sure there's some, right?
Oh, yeah. No, there's quite a few big players.
Big players in that in that world. And they just, make sure that they have a certain EPO.
Yeah, it's called juice cases.
So for anybody who wants, we're going to get
juice case.
Yeah, we're going to get into some juice cases. If you want to buy in, we're going to be doing a 50-50 raffle. And you can't win, but you can donate your money because Bubba's rigged the contest. And there's nothing you can do about it because I'm an independent contractor.
First of all, I think you'd be the first to agree that I don't have anything to do with the card stuff.
No, I'm joking about the cards.
None of that has anything to do with
me. He wants to run another scam, Bubba.
I'm just like, let's go ahead and just I don't know, change the subject. I don't think this is very good for us.
When is stop? People know, please.
You all knew, right?
No, but people know that for the most part,
I'm a cheater.
I might put one or two ringers in there, but 75% of my contests are legit. Please.
Okay, was Ned a real person?
And so, so what I'm saying, no, Ned's not a real person.
Oh my God!
No, Ned was Manson.
Oh!
And so,
Seth.
This is just a whole web of lies. Your whole career.
I'm just saying, though, man. Jesus, it's pro wrestling. It's pro wrestling. Did the Undertaker really spud Hogan? No, Hogan just wanted 2 weeks off for vacation.
Yeah, but these chicks really got boobs.
That's true.
Your grass man really got Metallica tickets.
He really did.
What you're going to do about it,
So, Seth, are you going to cross-pollinate your card deal and you're going to buy him on Dan's money but break him with Brian's enthusiasm?
I'm all for that.
Hold on. Buy him with Dan's money and break him with Brian's enthusiasm.
Dan can be his cardboard daddy. I'm totally fine with that.
Dan could be he could be your bank. Dan could be the bank.
You know
what I'm saying? Dan could be the bank, and then when you do pop, you pay the bank back plus, maybe 20 points.
Well, I'm afraid.
Right?
I'm afraid of this. I'm afraid of Dan's bank. I'm afraid Dan's bank could come back and hurt me. So I use Matroni. I use Matroni's Bank of America.
You use his bank.
Yes, but I'm
so this was just the first time that Dan blurted out that he even wanted to be into this game. I think it was very much he was either showing off or.
It's absolutely what it was. It was ego.
He was exactly. This was ego driven. So let him be part of this one break. Maybe he'll get his money back. Maybe obviously you'll share him in the profits of this particular bank that he financed.
Oh yeah, no, he's gonna
moving forward. We're gonna use Brian's financing.
Yeah, Brian.
It's a cleaner deal.
Brian lets me make 10 easy installments of $3 when I owe him money and stuff. So I mean, he lets me kind of trickle it into his PayPal very slowly.
I don't keep score, Seth. You know that.
That is true.
All right. So anyway,
he's a hell of a bank, Bubba.
Are you going to buy? So you had a conversation with Dan.
I'm going to buy Dan's cards today. I'm going to buy him the $275 box. I'm bringing it in tomorrow.
Then what about the other 200 and however many extra dollars he's got left over?
I'm going to give everything back to him with a receipt. So, yeah.
And then that box will be broke by you and Brian?
No, I don't know. I don't know what Dan wants to do with it. We talked about me going over to Dan's office on Friday and opening it up, but there doesn't have to be. There's not
Dan doesn't have the knowledge. Dan's going to sit there and look at the cards like me, like a trained monkey, and have no idea. Oh, this one's pretty. This one, no.
Well, I think Dan has an interest because he knows that it could make money. So I think that he would be open to learning about it. But I don't know if I need to go over there when he's working.
I think Dan has ADHD 4 times worse than me, and that he's going to quickly become not enthused with the how you
after
break.
Pack 4. Just tell me to get out of there and keep all the cards.
I don't know, Brian. Dan probably is good, if not better than me. I can't see Dan really wanting to sit through a card break where you break down every card, and I mean,
I think if Seth doesn't hit the gold mine in this first break, that it'll be the last break.
Right, but I don't see Dan even wanting to sit through. How many cards are going to be in there?
I'll say there's an excitement to opening up a pack of cards, and if you can't see that, Bubba, then I don't know what's wrong with you.
But here's what the problem is that I open up a set of cards and they look super cool, and I see like a Jordan Love. But it isn't a Jordan Love, Rambo McGillicuddy jersey infested signature rookie.
Right.
And so it's worth like a quarter. And I look at it and be like, oh, this is cool as hell.
But see, that's the collecting side of it.
But it still's only worth a quarter.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not about that. It's about the intrinsic value that the card has.
Don't even use the word intrinsic on me, please, bitch. Like I'm intrinsic on it. I can't be something that I don't know what it is. Can't be
well, you're a lot of things that you don't know what they are, but
so Dan's going to be just like me. He's going to be like, "Oh, that's a Mike Evans from the Bucks." And
if he pulls that out of a Bowman's Best Baseball, then
that'll be a special
that's
card.
a special card.
Okay,
he gets a Tom Brady.
Dan even knows less about pro baseball.
Oh God, he knows nothing about pro baseball.
So that's what I'm saying. At least,
zero.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I get some credit for not shaking him down? By the way, because I could have said, "Man, I need more money for this $575," and instead I told him like I don't think it's the right thing to do.
Well, no, that's good on you, Seth. But you also don't know how far this gravy train's going to take
and
you.
You shouldn't have to beg. You shouldn't have to beg for credit. Credit is respect and earned. You shouldn't have to beg for it.
But I'd like some since everybody says I'm money aggressive.
Well, you are, but you did the right thing here. Okay?
You're also credit aggressive,
right? So true. Like he may talk Dan into that just being a credit at the store compared to cash back, and for his next break. So now he has another break. And, he's got a 200, however much less.
No, look, I've been doing this with Seth for a while now. He's an honest guy. He's
I know he's honest.
His prices are too low on eBay, if you ask me, but he moves product. He'll move your product.
Okay, well, this is all your world.
I owe Brian $60. Brian, can I send you 20 until
just send
Friday?
me some of Dan's money and just tell him they ran out of cards.
And
or go buy a 1989 Bowman's wax box for $30 and tell him that's the new one. He'll have no idea.
Seth, we need to. Did one of your lights go out?
No,
because you're exceptionally low and you're exceptionally low lit.
No, you know what I did? My computer screens are closed out.
Well,
so I don't have the glare. I don't have like the two white screens pouring at me where everybody says that I'm invisible.
Can you see? You go from invisible to like.
I thought I would have a tan.
No, it's like all you can see is a head.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's hold on. Let me get.
Because you got a black T-shirt on.
All right, let me pull. All right.
So Brian, am I right on his lighting? His lighting looks like crap.
Is it back?
Right
are you good? It's back.
There's a delay. Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you're back.
Okay.
You look like Nosferatu now.
Let me see. Yes, see, now that's perfect.
Yeah,
this is the
good.
computer lighting.
But that's perfect.
Okay.
It shows your radiance. And look at Lummy radiating down there.
He's always radiating.
He is. He's got this nice red drunken glow that always is on him.
He does. He's got a nice red drunken glow.
Or I just work outside.
He's not on niacin or anything like that. He's on.
I won't go outside for the next 3 days, and I'll come in and just pal with Seth.
Oh, okay.
Let's see it.
All right.
Okay. I like being outside. I have to work outside, Brian.
What are you doing outside?
I cut the grass. I go out and do the pond.
Do we need a grass cut in the back?
Yeah, I was going to do that this weekend.
Let me. It stung that you called me pale because I felt like you really meant it. But you do have a repack coming up this Friday, right? For people that are into cards and memorabilia.
Yeah, I use the Daniel Rose credit.
He's on the Daniel Rose tip, which is apparently a pretty good tip. That guy's hooked up in the industry.
Now,
we have a lot of good.
But
all that
now that has to go through my Bubba Army store though. If you want to buy one of these repacks, right?
Correct. Yeah, you go to Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyMerch.com. Get into the repack. We got a lot of great autographs.
How the TNA cards sell? We only had we have 100 of them.
Yeah, I think you've already sold 5 or 6, maybe 7 of them.
That's it.
Yeah, but you haven't really pushed them.
I know, but still.
Man. So Lummy, what's the highlight of the repack?
Probably the Ken Griffey Jr. Figurine that's autographed by Ken Griffey Jr. or Lawrence Taylor autographed mini helmet, Troy Aikman autographed mini helmet, Eli Manning autographed mini helmet. Those are probably the highlights.
And what are the buy-ins? $99 get you in?
Yes. Yep.
Do you think that maybe I could, after we sell all this stuff, I could stop this repacking stuff?
I guess.
I mean, are you allergic to money, Bubba?
Well, I mean,
It's on the
Bubba
Jennifer's
Crab's
credit.
over there. I mean, nothing. It's costing you nothing, sir.
I know, but I feel like it's
And people win something.
I feel like it's kind of like I don't know if I think if it's kind of like whoring out the Bubba Army or spreading it a little bit.
Now that's the line.
Yeah, it's a repack. It's a repack where people actually get like almost their money back, if not over.
You sell backpacks, tumblers, ducks, stickers, and now where people are getting something that has real value.
Everyone gets something with real value.
You sound like Bernie Sanders over there, like you're really mad.
I am. I'm of all the things.
We're
you're
drawing
like,
the line
you know,
here. With this here. We're drawing the line here. You have black ducks, keychains, tumblers, and you got a category where you people can actually win stuff that's far more valuable, and we draw the line here, sir. That's what we're doing. Sir.
That was pretty good, Bubba. That's maybe the best impersonation you've ever done.
Well, that's the best impersonation of your impersonation.
Yeah.
I can't do Bernie Sanders.
You actually can, apparently.
I don't know. So Seth, you and Dan will do a card break, right?
Bubba, I honestly don't know what I'm doing with Dan. I really don't.
Let me tell you what you're going to do.
Okay.
You're gonna work within a schedule, and I'd like to make the card break that you and Dan do. You know, up on like a YouTube video.
Okay.
You guys could just literally tape it. You don't have to go live, and then just do whatever edits you would have to have.
But do we need to do it like in the middle of Dan's day at work? Like, why can't we go onto Dan's football field that he built, sit in the middle, and like Indian style, and open up cards like just
Seth?
a couple of lovers on a picnic?
Seth?
Yes, sir.
I didn't tell you on how to produce it. I just told you what I needed.
That's true. I'm sorry, you did face me on that.
So if you think you guys need to do it while you guys are, parachuting out, tandem. I mean, like I don't know. I don't
just
care.
actually had the best idea ever, which is we need to get hot chicks to do these breaks for us.
Yeah.
And that's where it's at. Like if we had Brandy Love opening up the cards.
What an original idea.
Oh, hold on. Brandy Love. Here's the thing.
Lummy's got a hot chick with him.
Hold on.
No, mine are disappearing, Seth. Okay, you're gonna break even with Dr. Dan possibly. And Lummy's repacks makes money, and it's a bad idea.
I love these repacks.
Hey, you guys are just ripping us off now.
Hold on. Let me just tell you, Brian. If hot chicks just don't show up to create content for other people, especially in the bass part industry, unless you pay them. So you're going to have to pay them like $50 to $100 a girl to show up, get one then that's only going to be a girl.
Doesn't Dan have hot chicks in his office that work for him that he's already paying? Bubba, you're missing out, buddy. He owns those women.
I don't.
Ask him. They're his property, and they'll do as Dan says.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, if you try to hire some Instagram models to do it, they're going to charge you. And then that goes right to the bottom line, and there's such a thin margin of profit and error.
Oh, there's no profit, but
so rather than to lose $100, we lost $300 because we had to pay 2 Instagram chicks $100 apiece to be in here.
Yeah, but those 20,000 Twitter views, come on, impressions.
Seth, do whatever. Okay, just you and Dan do a break wherever you want to do the break. But we'll
get you the content.
Yeah, I like to have that content. Thank you very much.
Also, I got the Loner and Stoner podcast coming today after the show.
What?
The Tuttle and Colt podcast has been renamed the Loner and Stoner podcast, and
now I haven't heard it because it's not been posted. Seth obviously puts these all together, puts like some pre-rolls and some mid-rolls, like does some engineering on the deal, and then schedules them to be to drop at certain times. So Seth is 100%. He's like the podcast operations manager.
Phoebe was making fun of me.
What do you mean?
That I'm the podcast program director.
What?
Why is she making fun of you?
Yeah, Phoebe, you stiff bitch.
That's kind of mean.
I know.
I mean, you don't understand. Like, Phoebe, this is a real thing. I mean, you can scoff at what you think other people's podcast. This is a real thing. We got real numbers here.
Seth, you got to lay down the law then and say that she gets no piece of that money that you make.
Yeah, you should say, like, you know what? I know we're supposed to, like, throw our money into a general fund and pay for the household bills or whatever. But you know what? Any type of podcasting bonuses I get, Bubba's going to give it to me in
baseball cards.
Yeah, I've elected to take it in cards.
I'm not going to lie.
I was due a $500 bonus, but you know what? I took 500 in baseball cards since you don't seem to like it.
There was a point where I was going to see if you could, like, when you pay me, if you could, like, break me off, like, $100 separate check to where, like, Phoebe wouldn't have to see it at all, and I could do what I want with it.
Well, I could just put it your podcasting. I could cut a separate podcasting bonus check, like not incorporate it.
Let me threaten her with this today when I go home. Let me see how she responds.
I can pay you in dollhouse dollars.
You know what, bitch? She's like, well, I'm like, you know what? Bubba usually includes my podcast bonuses in my overall check, which obviously affects you and Lil Phoebes. But since you're such a bitch and you're scoffing at the fact that I'm the program director of the Bubba Army podcast world, I, Seth, am in charge of that 100%, and you're clowning me on it. Well, that $500 bonus I'm getting, guess what? He's cut it to me individually as a separate check, and you can get your fat little money grubbing hands on it.
And this is what she said last night to me. She's like, Dave Portnoy is on the Call Her Daddy podcast. And I said, okay. And she's like, it's not like how it used to be because she's married and, it's not like a slutty. And I go, I got my own podcast stuff going on. I was like, I'm hosting a podcast. I got a podcast I have to listen to. I got Tiggs and Biggs. I was like, I don't really have time to listen to other stuff.
Scoffs at it.
Yeah. Then she's like, podcast program director.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
You need a heavier hand with your wife.
You
dude.
do. You really
I'm sorry.
do.
And that's not coming from an alpha, which is available soon. Bubba Army Shop, BubbaArmyMerch.com. But that's coming from barely a beta. And I'm like, I don't even know what you would be. A zeta? You gotta up it with her.
I know I got a lot going on.
You gotta have a heavier hand with her, man.
You gotta say, bitch, I'll tell you what, then. You know what?
First of all, she wouldn't let you bring a fleshlight into the house.
Yeah, you wouldn't
then
let you
she trashes your career.
Right.
I mean,
you're finally, doing something you love. Like you're doing radio, you're doing cards, and you're doing. I mean, listen, when you left that fateful day at the Bone, that's all you want. I don't know if you've incorporated cards by then. Did you like cards back then?
No.
Okay, so we'll throw cards out.
Yes.
But, you wanted to maybe or maybe not participate on a terrestrial show, but you wanted to start your own podcast network, throwing together different podcasts as part of a network, you participating in that. That's what you wanted to do.
Yes.
That's what you said on the air. You're
Yes.
like, I want to produce podcasting. That's what I want to do.
And it took a while to get to that point. I wanted to do it right after I quit, but it took, 4 or 5 years, and here I am.
And podcasting, and that's the template of podcasting, is it's a slow burn. But once you start building up your base, man, you can really, really, really make some great gains. And then you get to a point where you are you got such great stuff up there that now you got people coming to you wanting you to host their podcast.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's what we got.
she's just jealous.
Hello. Yeah, she's just jealous because she's
Bubba, what's going on, buddy?
She didn't have any cool titles like you do.
Thanks, guys.
President of podcasting.
President?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, man.
President of the Bubba Army Podcasting Network.
Can I be president of the Lummy's Card Breaks also?
Why do you want to be?
You're going to get fired from that.
You're trying to get into his money on that?
No.
Well, no, it's ending now.
Hello, who's this?
I keep trying to promote it because I'm scared of Lummy.
Hey, Bubba, it's Farva.
Hey, Farva.
Hey, just real quick, Brian, that's a horrible idea about having hot chicks open up packs of cards. The reason being, a lot of hot chicks don't know what they're doing when they're handling a potentially super valuable card, and they can damage it, which will considerably drop the value of that card.
But listen,
being such a nerd, Farva.
But hold on, Farva.
Bro, I've been collecting cards for
Farva,
45 years.
You sound like it.
Farva.
Okay.
These women at least have, IQ similar to mine. And so Brian taught me within 5 minutes on how to handle the cards properly. So he would just tell the bitches, hey, listen, this is how you open them. And then this is how you handle them. Don't be touching the corners. Hand them on, Brian could certainly, get that.
And you get them to rub them certain places. You can sell them at a premium.
So you take the ones
you can take a common card.
So you're saying like you take a quarter card and she rubs it on her vagina. Maybe now that card's
snail trail on that card, and
now
you
it's
send it off.
Now it's a $5 card, right?
Now it's a $20 card.
Lord.
Yeah.
Now it's a $20 card, and it's a scratch and sniff.
The hobby.
All right, buddy. That's what I'm. You know what? That's what I'm all about.
If you're a card purist, we may not be for you.
Yeah, we're into the people that are kind of more dirty card collector.
I mean, the number one card we sold from the breaks with Bubba was the autographed jet ski card by Bubba. That's nothing to do with sport.
No, I understand that. No. That's from Alan Ginter. No, I understand that.
Yes.
I love that set. That's a phenomenal set, and just it coincides with the show.
Right.
Which is fantastic. That Bubba autographed
This guy. You know, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Farve was this knowledgeable on cards, but he seems like he's pretty knowledgeable.
People are insecure about it, Bubba, because we get made fun of a lot. So, it's like you can't really open up about it until you feel like you're amongst friends.
It's like
the most valuable card I have right now is a PSA Gem Mint 10 Mike Trout rookie card.
Woo!
That's the most expensive card that I have.
What's that, about $8,000?
Roughly around $8,000, yeah.
So what is it? Hold on. These card guys, they really know how to to really blow through the title so it sounds super good, and they give you all the information. So again, what do you have?
A PSA Gem Mint 10 Mike Trout rookie card.
Yeah. See, like with Brian and Seth, they got boners right now on that.
Well,
deal.
that's a nice card. I'll tell you who I'm on right now, Farva. Whose tip I'm on is Junior Caminero. You got some value there. The guy's going to be a stud for the Rays.
But what's your most valuable card?
I don't have a lot of valuable cards. I just got back into it, but I've got some sweet Junior Camineros that I've been stocking up on. Some auto rookies.
Bubba, check it out. He got all these this weekend.
Okay.
That guy.
The second most valuable one I have is a Julio Rodriguez first Bowman autograph, numbered to 99 green variation.
Jeez, that could be your number one card soon.
Yeah.
I got that out of a blaster pack test.
Jeez.
I paid $20 for a blaster pack, and I pulled it out of a blaster. So
that's incredible.
Card talk, ladies and gentlemen, taking us to the next level.
Well, he's saying he spent.
Go ahead. See you later. Bye, Farve.
He was just saying he spent $30 to get $5,000.
Yeah, that's the type of once in a lifetime hit that you're looking for when you're
and at the end of the day, man, if you got one of those, you could just stop carding if you wanted to. I mean, you made a lot of money, right?
But why would you stop? You just got, you can never catch the dragon, man. It's just like heroin.
There's more gold out there to discover.
The first time you get a high with heroin, you're like, wow, that was really good. I'm just going to stop. No,
hold on. Don't impersonate me doing heroin. I've never done heroin in my life.
I mean, that's probably one of the only things you haven't done.
I've never done cocaine.
Really?
Never done crack.
You've never done a key bump?
Never.
Really?
Never.
I find that hard to believe.
I wouldn't lie to why would I lie?
You've committed to other crimes today. Can we admit to this one?
That's why that should show you how honest I am. Thank you, Lummy, for saving me to being a cokehead.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Package in the kitchen.
Okay.
By your thingy. It's a that those Fubo Pops or whatever. Fungo Pops.
Fungo Pops. For
It's
Scout.
for red.
I just gave it to him.
Okay, perfect.
I saw that you opened it.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk about it.
Alright, I'm gonna
We have some Bengals cards. We got some Joe Burrows, some Jamar Chases.
I did ask.
Some Icky
And for the record,
Woods.
I don't like those.
The oranges,
Like the ones that you peel.
I had to peel them myself. He likes sumo oranges. They haven't had sumo oranges at Publix in a while.
Okay.
So that's what I
The sumo oranges will put you to sleep, Bubba, for a week, like the sumo pudding. Now, sumo oranges are phenomenal.
Yes, Tom Bean introduced us to
Yeah, they're great. Look at her looking cute with the little Pebbles hairdo today. Up in the back in a bow. You got yourself a good woman there, Bubba. How was Pepe's graduation? You enjoy it?
No, we hated it.
I heard you talk about how nice the Yingling Center is.
It is nice. Wouldn't you agree?
It's very nice. It's a lot nicer than it used to be.
Right.
Bubba joined a Palestinian encampment.
That's cool.
On his way. He joined the hunger strike for 15 minutes.
I'm on hunger. I'm going hungry. Bubba would last through that song. That's about it.
Oh, man.
Whew. That was a great song, though, man. You get Chris Cornell and fucking Eddie Vedder on the same track. I mean, what more can you ask for out of life?
Well, that was they were a group,
Temple of the Dog, yeah. Oh, so good. So good. You're in here, Seth? I'm going to go make TT.
Yeah. Oh, there I am. Okay. Rumble. I had 2 YouTubes up. That's crazy. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, Timothy. I appreciate that, dude. I thought yesterday was pretty good. Talking about Auntie Unk. What up, Quicker Ticker? I know it's hard to listen to some podcasts that Bubba isn't on, but we got some decent ones. I like this Tuttle and Colton one today. Pigmentation. I got Tigs and Bits. I got to listen to them. I'm doing a podcast with Tara. Doing a podcast with Gary. I don't even know when I'm going to release all this shit. That was funny, Trickney. I was actually in bed last night when that happened. It was very, very comedic timing when she said, we're going to put you in the garbage for Mother's Day. What up, Bobby Cook?
Hi, Bobby Cook. Bobby Cook's a man. That's a good man right there.
Good man. Hell of a man. Yeah, we're doing the break, Nick, on Bubba's Instagram right after the show today. Thank you, Chub It Up Spice. I appreciate that. Go Avalanche. We'll come before Myers, Berto, and pick up a crackhead.
With that extra minute, man, you can really tell.
Yeah, it goes fast, these breaks now.
Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah, underground psychos. I love it.
If you want, Bubba, Seth and I will take over while you eat. We'll start just. I've got a nice select blaster that Mega Box actually that Seth can open. You want to open some cards on the air?
Still not fully paid for. What's up, Mr. Kostika? And by
right.
fully, I mean I paid for.
I know you got Dan's money to pay with. He's robbing Dan to pay Brian.
Tim, I'm okay when the guys talk over each other a little bit because it'll get figured out, but it also means that they're both very excited about the topic I bring up, which is good for me because, you know, if I bring up like Tom Brady roast, they didn't watch it, but then I got them excited about something, so I'll sacrifice that. I know what you're saying, though.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
So sorry, Rob.
Thanks for the money.
$250 from Egg Pimp saying Lasker is solid gold. Agreed. We're going to have Gene on. So far, I got Tuttle committed to once a month on Wednesdays, and I have Lasker committed to once a month on Wednesdays. Lasker also told me to tell Seth, actually told me to give you his number. And maybe you guys had already exchanged numbers.
No, I didn't get to say bye to him yesterday because you were. Oh, I did. He was loading up the merch you gave him, and I said adios.
And he said, "Tell that flake." That's what he calls you.
Okay.
The flake.
Okay.
Tell that flake to call me up. I'd do a podcast.
Oh wow! All right.
So he
That's awesome news, man.
Yeah, so
I got to figure out what that's going to look like.
Well, I mean, but you got to understand this. Your little podcasting world now has. Okay, it has a Clem and Kush weekly.
Yes.
It has Operation Pigmentation, which are the two coolest African American barbers from the south side of St. Pete.
Yes.
It has Tiggs and Tiggs Biggs.
Yes.
Or Biggs Tiggs. Is that on Fridays?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you're doing something either weekly or bi-weekly with my sister.
Yes.
And then we
got Tara Clement Kush.
Tara Clement Kush. And then we got Colton and Tuttle, and that's now been renamed Stoner and Loner.
Yes.
And that drops every Thursday. Today's the second episode of this. Now, I've been told that Stoner and Loner is far better. This is a far better podcast than their very first one they put together that I was a little bit down on, and now they're all freaked out. Fellas, don't be freaked out. Just be you. Just get into the stuff that you guys get into on a daily basis, and don't be all nervous and stuff. Like Tuttle was nervous because he went out like to one of these space launches or something and got some audio. Well, that's great. That's awesome. But Tuttle's like, well, because I couldn't get video. And Mr. Bubba's going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad because you didn't get video. You were there interviewing people at the launch, and you're in the podcast world. You're not in the visual world right now. We might eventually take you to the visual world, but you're just a podcast right now. So getting people's reaction to one of Elon Musk's 55 rockets he blows off a week is probably something that sounds pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying to everybody is just make Seth happy. He's the program director he's the president
of podcasting.
He's the president of the Bubba Army Podcasting Network.
Suck on that, wife slut.
Whoa. That is a heavy hand, man.
I'm trying to get better at it.
Oh, you're trying to get better at being a real man to your wife?
Yeah, was that good?
Oh, that was great.
A little bit.
All right.
Except you should have put your hand up. You should have put your hand up and said, bitch, I'm telling you. How about that title, bitch? President of Hello?
Stop.
I feel like this guy has his head out the window in a semi right now like a dog would. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, this is just questions for Brian. Brian, do you know what that song Hunger Strike is really about?
No. What is it really about?
Sir?
What?
Is there any way?
Yes.
I know that some semi companies don't let you talk except on a headset, Bluetooth Willie, and they're watching your every move, and you could get in trouble with dispatch. Is that what this is? Because you can't make it sound any. Can you take me off headset, Blue Set, or no?
This is the best of Scott, buddy.
Okay. All right. Continue on. Now, what question did you have for Brian?
I asked him if he knew what that song Hunger Strike was really about. If you read the lyrics, it's actually about human trafficking.
It's actually, so according to Rolling Stone.
Oh, hold on.
It
we
says,
have to explain.
Read the lyrics.
We have to explain to people the song. I'm going hungry. And
So-
that was with Eddie Vedder
Yes,
and the guy from Foo Fighters, right?
Yes. And you do know that they all died, right? I mean, obviously, but they were exposing human trafficking.
oh, come on, dude. Get a grip, man.
Brian,
Yeah,
what
first
does-
of all, Eddie Vedder's still alive, so I don't know what you mean they all died. Eddie Vedder's still alive, dude.
Calm down. Read the lyrics.
Okay.
Read it.
these conspiracy theorists that everything's about human trafficking, everything's a code that's just for them.
Hold on. Listen, appreciate your call. You're going to hear our response right now, okay? I got to let you go. Now,
they killed Chris Cornell 30 years later.
We have to... we're automatically assuming people know what we're talking about because we talked about something during the hot mic, and we talked about the song going, I'm going hungry. And that was with Chris Cornell and Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. And it was a smash of a song. What was the group called?
Temple of the Dog?
Right. And it was like kind of a one-off group. It was like a
super group.
It was a super group. It was a one-off super group that Chris Cornell and Eddie Vedder, who are friends, both lead men of, very, very, very popular, rock bands, like, hey, man, let's get together, man, do like a super dude, how those real cool dudes, and they wrote this song. God, it was a huge smash, right?
It could have been even bigger, but it was a good one.
It got to number 4 on the U.S. mainstream rock chart.
Send me just a small little copy of it. I want to get a copyright strike, but I'll play it. Everybody has to know what I'm talking about. And they only had one. They only had one album, right? I don't even know. Did they even have an album, or was it just this song?
Apparently, they were too busy getting sex trafficked and murdered to make any other music.
So the song was about greed and decadence and how the rich steal from the poor. And that's what it's about. Yes, they mention slaves are working and farming babies and things like that in there, but it's not about human trafficking.
But these human trafficking conspiracy theorists, they just want to gravitate to anything that even kind of, right? Like they're overly aggressive to throw that moniker on just anything. Are they not?
Even his premise that they're all dead. Eddie Vedder is alive and well, unless you have a conspiracy theory that Eddie Vedder's been dead for years, and this is some sort of Hollywood plant that they have in there to fill the role.
No, all his friends died though, unfortunately. But yeah, that Temple of the Dog album, Bubba, is actually really good.
Oh, I'm sure. You guys
Say Hello to Heaven was the other single off of it. That's a great song.
I met Eddie Vedder.
Oh, really?
For about...
Well, you met who Hollywood wants you to believe is Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder was killed in 1992, shortly after the release of this song, because he was calling out Hollywood and the adrenochrome and eating the babies.
Was it Hillary Clinton that murdered them?
Yes.
It was the Clintons.
No, Bill did this one himself.
Oh, he did.
Clean job, man.
Bill said, "Ooh, I want to meet Eddie Vedder." Eddie Vedder came to the White House and they shot him in the head, and then they just the Secret Service guys came and covered it all up.
Then they rolled out the understudy. Eddie Vedder.
That's how it happens, right, Brian? They call you right to the Oval Office. They shoot you right there. They bag you all up, and you're gone.
That's right. I said Eddie Vedder, more like Eddie Dedder.
Eddie Dedder. Heard he was saying some stuff about me and Monica.
He's gonna call us out on Epstein Island.
Mine is stealing bread from the mouths of decadence.
I didn't know you liked music, Bubba.
Oh, this is Chris Cornell, and
this is probably one of the top 5 rock songs of all time.
You think you just listen to copyright-free stuff all the time?
Yeah. He's just not anybody that you like. Hey, I'm going to go see this concert. Did you hear this new
song?
song?
All the records hanging up in the hallway.
Like
or
when
anything.
when I'm at the track. When I'm at the track, I listen to 102.3, and it really is I think the format would kill in Tampa, but it's the best of country and rock. So they'll literally go from all my rowdy friends are coming over tonight into Back in Black, into just huge country hits.
Outlaw radio. That kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but this is US 102.3, the crossroads of country and rock.
Crossroads.
Or the Crossroads. By the way, it's part of the Florida Man Radio Network. Did you know I was working on the track Saturday afternoon? And I'm in my
your air-conditioned Sunbelt?
No, I wasn't in my air-conditioned Sunbelt skid steer, but I was in my track-owned F-350 Packer van. It's when you after you get the track procedure goes like this. You get the track ready, then you sheep's foot the track to harden it, then you water the track, and then you have to pack what you watered, right? Well, usually pickup trucks and stuff like that are best for packing the track because they're not too heavy. They don't create ruts. So I'm listening to 102.3. I'm sorry. I'm listening to 102.3 the Crossroads of Country and Rock, which are owned by JVC. Well, remember they told us we're on this small little signal in Ocala, 101.1.
Yes.
Just happens to be that right where my racetrack is kind of the fringe of the signal. And so Saturday, they replay us, I think, in like middays on Saturday. And I was listening to the show, and it was really one of the very few times that I listened to one of our shows.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was like, man, we do some like, and it was a good show. It was a good show.
It must have been a Thursday.
Is that Cornell?
Yeah. 8-octave singer, man. Just such a gift to
One of the best
all
ever.
of us. The best ever. The best male vocalist ever. Freddie Mercury can't hold nothing to Chris Cornell.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm agreeing with you, Brian, but yeah.
Timothy, $10
As much
super
as it
chat.
pains you.
How about Eddie Vedder?
Nothing. Nobody can hold a candle
So
to
you're
Chris
saying
Cornell.
you're saying Cornell's a 10 and Vedder's a 7.
Cornell's a 12 and everybody else is a 9 or less. I mean,
I think the next best grunge guy who had the best voice was like Lane Staley.
Yeah.
He was great.
How about
Alice in Chains.
Kurt Cobain?
No.
I mean, he had distinct, but I wouldn't say best.
Kirk had it.
No,
he had the it factor. He had that just you don't
Rock
know what
star.
Uh,
it is. Yeah, that certain je ne sais quoi.
Kind of like that Jim Morrison, just kind of aloof rock star, kind of in your own
just
little
this
world.
the aura about him. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, here comes Eddie Vedder. We heard Chris Cornell's part. I think this is Eddie Vedder's part. He's got a very distinct voice too, though.
Oh yeah. I love Eddie Vedder.
I met him with Tony Stewart one time, and then I met him another time when he went to came through 98 Rock, and this is back when artists actually had to come to the radio station to promote their gig, because there was no other way to get the information out. Were they gonna put flyers up, right? You put flyers on telephone poles. Buy some cable, a newspaper ad? No, you went to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. So anyway, we were talking about this homeless situation that Macho Man's got at his radio tower. And Macho Man, this is the video of said. So
Yeah.
this went from like you said, like a cardboard box. A guy was laying on a cardboard box at night to now this.
Yep.
Is that a computer?
Yeah, it looks like a
Yeah,
couple
but
hard
there's a
drives.
shopping cart, is a grill.
He's got a setup.
Behind all that is their dumpster on the left.
They've got a nice little city set up there,
Yeah.
man.
Yep.
They're doing the
See,
laundry.
the blanket's blocking the entrance right there.
Why don't you tell them this? Say, hey, listen, you guys can stay here, but you got to, 1, be a lot more cleaner, and 2, you kind of like be the watchdogs. No, because you know what? They're going to steal all the copper, the copper wiring.
Don't give them any ideas, Bubba.
They got a shopping cart. No, is this like what's this right here? What is this?
It looks like a mattress pad.
Yeah, mattress pad
Or
with,
foam
with
pad, I mean.
closing. Now, is that where they sleep in there?
One of them, yeah.
How many were there?
At least 2. There might be 3 or 4 total.
Man.
Any women?
And what the
I
cops,
honestly couldn't tell you. They look kind of, I couldn't tell you.
what did the cops tell you?
They are going to patrol it from now on, and if they find anybody any time in the future, they'll just arrest them because it's private property.
Don't forget, Tuttle and Colton's podcast comes out today. What time are you dropping it today, you think?
10 a.m.
Oh, you're dropping it at 10?
It's already scheduled. Yeah, there's no after shows today, right?
Stoner and Loner.
No.
Yeah.
It's the Stoner and Loner show, and I heard it was pretty good. Come on, guys. Don't be nervous. Just do good shows.
There is an after show. Seth and I doing the big break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up, Bubba? It's Granny, speaking of terrible podcasting. I was on that BYB show that you and Seth took a shiz on.
With the one with
Tuttle on it.
With Tuttle,
And
yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was the red-haired guy with no shirt, gold chains, looking real white trash or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I was calling to formally apologize. I ended up quitting that show because of how they did Tuttle like that with Pat Dixon. Who cares about who he's, effing or whatever? It was terrible. So
why don't you
wanted to call in.
How about this, man? Let me give you some advice, and you can take it for whatever you. And Tuttle, Seth knows far more about podcasting than I do, but I know about content, and it looks like the chick is pretty good.
It's his wife, I think.
And it looks like, okay, so see, the least that I know,
Lemmy.
is the better. But so I didn't even know that that's your wife. So it looks like you and your wife could almost do your own thing. I think that would be a better dynamic, talking about the trials and tribulations of marriage. And do you have any children?
Yeah, we got two.
Raising kids and the cost of stuff and school's a joke and just, rolling through life, raising kids, I think would be a better podcast than a washed up comedian. And, I think that you and her should do something. I think that you have a better opportunity to have something that sounded better than for people that really aren't up to speed on any topics, haven't really prepared much, and just, are sitting there looking stupid.
No, I agree, Bubba. And if you lived with your old lady, would you want to work with her too? We do our separate podcast, but
no, but
we don't really work together.
I understand that, and no. First of all, I don't like people that call their significant others their old ladies. I don't like that.
You say old girl,
okay. But anyway, I'll call girl a bitch or something like that. But just old lady to me. But anyway, yes,
I don't know. Manson and Donna make it work.
So, Jesus. I feel like
good job,
borderline tookie. Yeah.
What?
So, yes, you probably don't want to do a podcast with her because you have to live with her and deal through life. But that in itself, the trials and tribulations of being married for as long as you guys have been with kids is, I know that you don't want to, but I don't think that you guys are, either one of you are strong enough to break out and have a really big podcast individually. I think you kind of need each other because the topic matter of being married and the trials and tribulations of being married, I think, is a better opportunity to get an audience than just, what's your name on the podcast?
Granny.
Well, I'm a long-time caller. I stopped listening because of Anna, so I'm listening again now.
I know that, but what do you like? If you were to do your own podcast, would you call it the Granny Podcast?
No, actually, I do. This is going to sound even better. I do a podcast with a talking piece of corn and a metrosexual. And no, that one goes pretty good. The other show that you saw me do on BYB was another one that I did. So the other one is mine. That one I did. I
think you need to pick a podcast and do it, and concentrate on promoting that podcast and stop jumping around on all these different podcasts. Maybe go on these different only to promote your podcast, and then I think you just need to figure out what your podcast is going to be.
That's what they kind of do, Bubba, in the Dabbleverse. They all go to each other's podcasts and talk about.
I'm not in that.
I don't put the Dabbleverse on me,
dude. You do a
podcast
with a talking piece of corn. What are you talking about? Don't put the Dabbleverse on me.
Yeah,
come on.
I don't want the Dabbleverse on me.
Listen. This whole Dabbleverse thing.
What in the hell are we talking?
Exactly.
This is on a major syndicated radio show right now, Bubba.
I know.
You're talking.
I'm trying to get away from it. I'm just saying. Listen, Lemmy.
Yeah, don't let it pull you in, Bubba.
I almost want to bring Anna back so this guy will stop listening again.
Your hot joint smoking wife. And my suggestion to you, Granny, is to do a podcast of living with Lemmy. And you guys do a podcast as a husband and wife and the trials and tribulations of running a family and things like that. And this whole Dabbleverse thing, I'm not going to get sucked into, so I'm going to say goodbye to you. Okay,
How about the next person who says Dabbleverse gets hit with a wiffle ball bat?
What?
One more thing, Bubba. I wanted to give a shout out because I realized the other day that I work with Bubba Army royalty from the track. He is a melanated individual named Mike. So if he listens, shout out to him. Thanks, Bub.
All right, see you later. Bye.
You say melanated?
Melanated, yeah.
I think he's talking about my flagman, Black Mike.
Doug Brown, 1,000 stars.
His name is Melanated Mike from now on, just so you know.
That's way better.
And he works with
Hey, Melanated Mike.
I don't know if I could get on the track radio when I'm talking to me and Mike correspond a lot because I'm the race director. I don't know if I can go, hey, Melanated Mike, what did you see? Like, you know, we're always talking about what the wrecks and things that we see on the track and whose fault it was.
You call him Black Mike on the radio?
Yeah, I do. That's his name, Black Mike.
Who gave him that name?
I think I did.
All the white people there.
He didn't mind it. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Scout.
Hey, Scout. Of course, the largest of Sleeper Cell fans of the baby face brigade.
I just love that he always has the show's best interest at heart. I mean, he listens. I like his smarminess. It's a different dynamic. I dig the baby face.
I love you, girls. Stay safe out there.
A lot of people, as much as we try to portray the baby face as being bad and people don't like him, there's a lot of people that really do like Brian's appearance on Thursday. Really. And I'm getting better.
Yeah,
I'm getting better at taking his schmarminess. I'm trying to get better at that because people like it a little bit.
I do appreciate it, Bubba. We seem to be working well.
You have a different step in your gait right now too, and that's highly appreciated. So everything's looking up. But I got a question. Why are we outside sourcing our imaging when we could be using the Tara Clem, the smoke in his voice and all of radio, to be doing it for the show?
I know.
And she's free.
I know.
Free.
And she's got home equipment.
Yeah. So
home studio.
Let's write down some stuff for Tara.
You want me to spring this on her on the podcast tonight that I'm recording? Okay.
Yeah.
Will you work for free?
Just have her run some lines. Just trick her into it.
Well, we still have some unused ones that we haven't used yet.
All right. Well, let's get him rounded up and get him in front of her because she sounds like my sister sounds like she's almost in heat when she does her voiceover work.
Look, I'm very lonely since I've been rolling around out here since December all by myself. So I need some Tara Clem liners to help me get through the day.
You could just have Tara read liners while you're listening. You know, you could almost rub yourself to it.
Can you give us an audible beaver, please?
Well, I mean,
she should do an audiobook.
Just give us one audible beaver.
All right,
Beaver.
Scout, good talking to you.
I'll
Seth doesn't even know what that is.
Just
I don't
Scout.
think.
I was here for it. I cut a beaver, Brian. I'm trying to forget about those days. Scout, just send me on.
He did cut a beaver.
Just send me on Twitter what you want Tara to say, all sexy, and I'll have her say it tonight.
Yeah, send everybody send your Tara potential liner notes to Seth, and he'll try to. He'll probably make that. That would be actually a cool part of the organic podcast, is her doing liners, don't you think?
Well, I wasn't going to do it off the air. I'm definitely going to do it on the podcast for sure.
So yeah, if you want some sexy ass Tara liners, get a hold of Seth, and by whatever means, what is it, Seth@gmail.com?
Well, no, easy, Bubba. I'm at Seth@BubbaArmyHQ.com or on your social media. But, Gmail, it's, some people know it, some people don't. It doesn't matter.
Anyways, Scout, love you.
Love you guys. Thanks.
What, are you going to give out your AOL address, Bubba? I mean, some things you got to keep, in your pocket.
I didn't know what.
You can reach Bubba's Hotmail, though.
I don't have Hotmail.
He'd be cooler if you had Hotmail.
Brian, come on.
If I had Hotmail, it'd be cooler than what I have. I have AOL.
I think Hotmail's out of business now.
Oh.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Chris Cornell's cover of Billie Jean is just amazing. Nothing compares to you. The guy was just so talented.
Did he kill himself?
Yeah. Yeah.
When?
Well, he got Epsteined, apparently, because he knew too much from 1991.
From what?
He killed himself in Detroit after a show, I think, 7 or 8 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago, was it?
I was working on Drew's show.
Oh, it was 2017. Jesus. You know what? That's one thing that COVID did that really has messed with my mind is that fucking 5-year period is just so blurry now.
Not 5, it's like a 3.
No, but even it like bleeds over into like the 2 years before it.
Yep.
Like 2017-18 till 2022-23 are just like this melded match. Wow, we're almost on the 7-year anniversary of his death. Next week, the 18th. Seth, what does it mean when your hair gets super high? Does that mean you're getting bored, angry? What does that mean?
It means that the higher my hair, the happier I am.
Oh, wow. You must be fucking full of his right now over something.
Is my hair high?
Your hair is way high.
Fuck yeah. Probably because I've had secret daydreams about me pulling a Wemby today in that.
I feel something hot in there. It's feeling good,
dude. They're having a select first off the line came out and
they're doing that downward auction, right?
Yeah. So what? A guy that I know on eBay is having a break and he's doing a player break. So it's like you get obviously how it goes. The guy who you pulled the auto of was a Daquan Thompson or something.
Yeah.
I got him in the player break just because you pulled his auto. I was like, let's just get this guy. He's only $3.
Ah.
But I'd never heard of him at all. But.
Like the guy I pulled.
Right.
But hey, I pulled an out of 10 auto from a fucking mega box.
Dude, it's great. It's great. Actually, I was in a break the other night and they pulled an auto for me. It wasn't even numbered.
Oh wow.
So yeah,
out of a hobby? First off the line?
No. Out of a it was a blaster / mega break. I think they pulled it out of the mega.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Doug Brown, Bubba Army. Good morning, Maria's in there saying hi to everybody. The beautiful Maria Guatemala.
What up, Doug Brown? Yeah, apparently she works right around the corner.
Don't dox her.
Yeah, Bubba used to call me the heat miser my first time around.
Mm-hmm. Look at her.
Dude, you know what they brought up on the podcast, Bubba? That you don't call me fuckboy anymore. They said because I'm starting to change.
Man up.
Especially after he called her his wife slut.
Yeah, I thought she was listening, but she was not, so thank God.
Yeah, the Skyway Bridge disaster. Everybody, Knight Rider, nobody knows this, but everybody on that bridge knew about the sex trafficking.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's why that guy crashed it right into the bridge. They timed it out perfectly. Everything's a fucking conspiracy, and it all ties to child trafficking.
And Hillary Clinton. They did they did a screening. There's a movie, a documentary about it.
Really?
Yeah, about the Skyway collapse. Or getting hit.
What's your connection to the Skyway collapse, Bubba? You weren't here.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit, Maria said if I need anything, she could be here in 2 minutes.
Wow.
Do I need anything?
That sounds sexual to me. Like, anything you want at all.
Maybe you're just horny.
No, I'm good.
What up, Kabuki? Fuck yeah, jerkism. I love it. People like the Sputnik stuff.
You're the best, Bubba Nash. Nash Brothers, Nashville.
Ooh, pancakes.
At Raceway Park, the place to be.
Oh boy, pancakes. I better not eat dinner tonight. And Dan gets to save $100. Bubba Nash. Bubba Nash, I was thinking about you and Lasker. You guys have probably hung out before, right?
Yeah, the racetrack for sure.
Yeah. I was thinking what kind of party that must be like. What up, Jay
Gene
Buller?
Lasker's a dirt track legend. Seth, you know that, right?
Yeah, no, I do. I learned. Did he really say that, Bubba? Did he give me his number? Wow.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The only man that thinks ketchup is a food group.
It's pretty tasty.
Back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Today on the Seth, I think we got to name it the Bubba Army Podcasting Network, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, no, it is.
The Bubba Army Podcasting Network, which what we're trying to get away from is that, I really only have about one obligation to that. And we try to surround the brand, my brand, with tentacle shows that are attached to my brand, but it's not me involved, but it's other talented people. Like today, Colton and Tuttle do a show that they've named now Stoner and Loner. And it's a much better show than last week. So thank you for that. Tara does a show. Lasker's going to end up doing a show.
Oh, man.
Who
do I put Lasker with?
I think you.
Okay.
I mean, somebody help me out there.
No, I mean, I would love to do it. I just, I don't want to throw myself into the equation at all unless I have to.
I mean, I don't know who else. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'd be glad to do it.
Now, I sent you as we diversify. We have Tiggs Biggs. That little, Blasey. Would you not agree, Brian, that they need? It's too late in the game to change their.
Well, you see what
brand.
it is. It's a play on the word big tatas.
I know.
So that's very witty.
Tiggs Bits, right? Or is it Tiggs Biggs?
Tiggs Bits.
Bits.
So the way that I remember it is that it is bits belonging to Tig, because it is Tig 'S Bits. Tiggs Bits.
He's got to memorize this like a spelling test at school. I mean, this is
things that Rhett gets himself involved in.
This is not easy.
Rhett, speaking of which, by the way, so we have Tiggs Bits.
Oh, we have the weekly wrap-up show.
The weekly wrap-up show with Lummy and that. So
wait, real quick, I heard Rhett might be bringing his girl to 199 tomorrow. Is that true?
Hold on. Rhett, what say you?
I don't know where Brian heard that from.
I just made it up, but I think it's pretty good.
But you're trying to put some added pressure on him?
Why not?
Wow.
Yeah, why not? Your girlfriend.
I do some work for the show.
Your girl, like you've brought your wife to the show.
I have.
Big Red brings his wife to the show. I bring my girlfriend to the show. Sometimes Travis will bring a Ocala Farrah Fawcett. No Name Willie brings Maria Guatemala.
Well, I think she brings him.
Yeah. Let's be honest. No Name Willie wouldn't be coming without her.
Yeah, I mean, No Name Willie is not allowed to do anything without clearing it for them through her first.
Correct.
I mean, like, for real.
It was cool to actually talk to him, meet him, though, and know that,
he can talk.
Yeah, and he's a cool guy.
And he's a hell of a forklift operator as well.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I had to figure he's a real man.
So anyway, T-shirt Will sent me this podcast, and he said, I think this would do well. This particular podcast might something that Seth might want to consider, and it's called Joint Laughter, and it's with two chicks. Now, are we at a point where, Seth? I think we're at a point where our numbers are now, where if you get an established podcast that are doing numbers like we are doing, then obviously there's nothing that we can really offer them. But if we're doing triple or 4 or 5 times the numbers that they're doing, and they're just starting out on a podcast, it would probably behoove them to be in our network.
Yeah,
would it not?
No, absolutely.
Yeah. And then with knowing that very well, after they get so big, they just spin off and do their they just use us as a little bit of a jumping board, and then once they can make money on their own, they either stay with us and we split it, or they go out and do their own thing.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So I sent the text to you. Lummy, can you give me it's called Joint Laughter.
I'm on their YouTube. There's not really long form things on here, but I'll send you their YouTube front page.
Yeah, send me their YouTube front page might be all I need to see as to I can judge talent pretty quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I think we all can. I think we're all have been doing this long enough. Well, Seth, initially you can see that they're just starting out.
Yeah. Little light on the views.
Little light on the views, and a little light on. Well, actually, a little light on everything.
Yes.
How'd you find this again?
T-shirt Will sent it to me.
Okay.
So I guess
we're talent scouts, Brian. If you call and say that you got an 18-year-old kid in the bowels of Montana who's going to be the next great shortstop like Nomar Garcia-Parra, we're going to go out there. We're going to watch him. So if someone tips us off
we're scouts.
Yeah, someone tips us off as Joint Laughter. We're going deep and we're going to listen to it.
Exactly.
We're desperate for talent.
Conjoined twins are, conjoined. Siamese twins, right?
Yes.
Isn't Siamese and conjoined the same?
Yes.
And Abby got married to Josh Bowling.
Abby, the one head, got married to
Josh Bowling.
Yes, and then the sister,
Brittany,
she did not get married to him.
But all right, there's so many questions here. I have a couple, and I know you do not have the answer.
I probably do.
Okay, so what if Brittany doesn't like Josh?
Then she needs to.
She can't leave.
Have a little separator.
Oh, do you think they do that when they're having sex?
Probably. That's what Clydesdale horses do. You just put on the blinders.
Okay.
And then probably some earbuds. I have all the answers.
Because that'd be like a threesome.
Only if you're a pervert, Les.
I mean, no. No?
No.
Seth?
What?
If you go to their podcast, Bubba, the T-shirt Will looks like he has a short little clip on their thing.
No, okay. Now she's spitting something out.
I think it's gum.
That's a hell of a trick, Seth.
I know. Well, we're not hiring magicians, Bubba. So I mean,
If you go to their podcast section on their front page.
Okay, here we go. Let me see. So we're on the. By the way, the exposure we're giving them now is more than they'll ever get in their history.
Podcast. Yeah, there you go.
Here we go.
And the first Will's clip, T-shirt Will was on it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Well, why do I feel like you're kind of being somewhat self-serving at this juncture? Just asking for a friend.
You have found
We'll give you
joint
that
laughter.
idea.
Now check out this clip from an upcoming show.
See, can you imagine, Seth, like if you're these guys and you just started, like the road ahead, like you really have to like doing this because
it's like a band, Bubba. I put it all like if someone's starting a podcast, it's like a band. Like if you want to make it, you got to go out there. You got to play shows for 0 people forever, and you got to wait till you catch.
you got to
big break.
practice in your grandma's garage for 2 years.
You got to build an audience. Like you have to get a passionate fan base. Like you have to do a lot of things. You can't.
Like
just,
you got to tell your wife, listen, honey, every Thursday night it's band practice night, and you got to do that for 2 years.
I mean, that's the whole thing. So
I mean, you get your first gig, and it's like a Strawberry Festival warm up for a warm up for a warm up.
Right.
Hey, Taylor Swift played the Strawberry Festival one year.
Did she really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the beginning.
So podcasting is much like starting a new band.
That's what. And look, if you want to start a band, just go. I like doing it because I like having fun. That's great. I would start every podcast like that. If you go, hey, we're gonna make a ton of money and we're gonna get sponsors down the line. I mean, it's a great goal to have, but it could be difficult.
Realistically, you should start a podcast and say, you know what? Listen, after a couple of years of doing this through some breaks and whatever, we might be able to garner somewhat of an audience that we could make a few dollars with.
Sure.
Hello. What's up? I do like it. It's very fitting. So when I see something cool like that, I have a more of appreciation for it than most.
Okay, I've heard enough.
They're pulling T-shirt Will though. That's pretty big. That's a big get.
I'll tell you what a big get is. Is my buddy Jeff Patterson, better known as the Gooch, who loves Seth, and he gives his standard suffering in silence $50 donation on PayPal. That's what I appreciate, my friend. Well,
did he just do that?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Gooch, Gooch, $50, quote unquote, suffering in silence.
He's the man.
He's taken one of Seth's most famous "I'm allergic to pollen" jokes and turned it around into a weekly, if not a couple times a week, he'll do a suffering in silence.
He also didn't like me, right?
No, he did. You're his favorite.
Oh,
I
didn't know that.
Why do you think that he every time gives money says suffering and silence? It's not because he thinks you're a piece of shiz.
I thought it was because he was just in the studio that day I said it.
And he thought it was funny, and now it's kind of his gimmick.
No, I love it. I just didn't know.
Jesus, stop running away fans. This guy's a real fan of yours.
What do you mean? I bring fans back.
And this guy's one of my best friends, and he likes
love him.
you.
Did I say anything bad? I thought that he didn't like me.
He's one of my best friends, and he's one of the stiffest dudes to ever meet.
Yes.
Like, it's tough for Gooch to like you.
Yes.
Like, he just will ignore you.
That's what I felt.
And so since he likes you, and we've had the conversation that he likes you, he loves the way you sound on the show, he loves what you bring to the show, he loves the new lineup, then you automatically think, why are you wired to go negative first? You should go positive first.
Lover, I just thought that at first he wasn't a huge fan of mine.
You never can tell if Jeff Patterson's a fan of anything. He doesn't put anything over.
That's why I was confused.
Just sits there and looks mad all the time.
But
he made contact with me, and then a couple times a week he's throwing me a couple $100, suffering suffering in silence. That's not because he thinks that's a stupid line that you use. That line, that one particular outburst makes me a couple $100 a week. Suffering in silence.
Well, God bless me then.
Yes,
I'm giving him. I'm trying
to give you a little swag talk here, bitch.
All right, I got the swag talk.
Hello, who's this?
Dave, West Palm.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, two things. Number one, when Seth first came on board the show, I was skeptical and didn't really.
Nobody, let me just stop and tell you that right now. Nobody. I've put some people on the air that were not funny, that I just couldn't get over, but I tried my hardest.
Well, you're still letting Dan try, so that's good for you.
Ouch.
But when I get a guy, when I get a guy like Seth, after the first show I did with him, I'm like, this guy is a radio veteran. He has some radio real estate underneath his belt. He knows his way around the microphone pretty good. He's quick. He picks up on you can just tell, like, you could literally probably, Seth, go out and if some 8th grader, like, let's say you know a guy.
Oh, easy.
Let's say you know,
not Drake.
No, but hold on. Let's say that you know a guy in your neighborhood, and he's like, "Hey, Seth, I want you to come watch my 8th grader shoot some basketball. Like, we have a basketball court in our front driveway here, and he's thinking about going out for. He's 6th grade, and he's thinking about going out for the basketball team. Can you look at him, see what you think?" And the kid's out there, and he's just, draining them, and he just, ball handling. He looks great as hell. You could be like, yeah, you know what? I'd tell little Johnny to go out. He'd be good. But if he was big and fat and he was bouncing the ball off his foot and he couldn't hit a shot, I think that you would have the ability to say, listen, Jim, I don't think little Johnny's got it. Well, the minute I do a show or even do a couple breaks with a person that has been in radio, has been trained in radio, and has the it factor, I know immediately. And even though Seth's had our ups and downs, I've always welcomed him back because he's one of the very few that is a true radio veteran. Most of these, like Lummy, you weren't a radio veteran. I had to make you into what you became.
Yes, sir.
Brian, you're not a radio veteran, but you are a schmarmy, very, very quick-witted, familiar with the show, impersonation. You're good.
Well, I cut my teeth with a glorified podcast when we were doing the Diacos all those years.
Right.
So it wasn't like I just got on the air and started doing it. I served some time.
And you and I have had a history where you know how to interact with me.
Yes.
Rhett, you have, you didn't have a lot of radio real estate being on the air, but I think that I've turned you into. I think you working yourself into the show organically and slowly has been a really, really good thing. And then Macho Man, he's the wild card you can't predict. You don't know if he's going to say. Macho Man could get into a long form yippee-yo, how much, or he could just not. He'll just not talk to you, even called upon. Hey, Macho Man, what's going? Nothing. Like Macho Man's the wild card. So I knew Seth had the it factor after one show, and he does. He just really does. He just knows how to. He really, 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 really dances well with me.
And unlike Dan, I was excited for you to bring him back. If you recall, I said it was a great idea.
Dan's Dan. Dan's like Richie Rich. Dan's like, Thurston Howell on Gilligan's Island. Like, Dan's that guy.
Well, I love that he's worried about people cutting into his mic time. Like, it's his show. That is, to me, I just can't get over how funny that is. Like, it's like, how delusional do you have to be?
When you're a guest on my show, but you think it's your show.
And you're worried about somebody else coming in and cutting in on stepping on your time. Like, that's what you want. I mean, first of all, I knew Seth would be good for the show. I thought he was great back in the day. I was sad that he left, but I understand why. But
actually, Fisher and Boy was actually. I mean, I was on the air the same time, and they were my bitches in ratings, but they were a pretty damn good show. Fisher and Boy, for that alternative niche, was a pretty good show. You guys
were
did.
We?
Yeah, you guys, you did.
We were figuring things out.
You were the more talented of the two, but you guys at least had a show, not just playing songs and doing talk-ups. You guys got into some long-form talking, had some guests.
Yeah,
You guys worked pretty good.
We did bits. We did Nude with a Dude.
Yeah. You still there, sir?
Yes, I am. There's a secondary question that I had, and you're absolutely right. I love the guy now, but this is twice that I've heard the word doxing on the show. Didn't we? What's the difference? We had a phone. We had
Seth, look at the
phone book.
Look up TV. True crime files. See that's what we need on a podcast. We need a true crime.
I told you, Charles got a true crime guy. I got to scout his podcast.
I mean, everybody's, even TV is going to true crime. Everybody loves this true crime stuff.
Start with the tape.
We need one. So, well, what were you going to say, sir? I'm sorry. We need a true crime upstart.
I don't get to deal with doxing because we had a phone book which listed everybody's phone numbers and addresses.
So the difference is now it's like people are more aggressive and will do stuff to other people when they find out.
Yeah, back in the day, you could go look up, Brian Matroni, 123 Main Street, and you're not going to go,
like have the SWAT team come to my house
Yeah.
and pull guns on me saying that I'm making threats or anything like that.
It's basically is it degradation?
Degradation.
It's of society. We can't. You can't even give somebody's home address and their phone number like you used to be able to, in fear that our public, our current youth and Gen Z have been raised with video games that likes to shoot them up and kill people, and they've been desensitized by that. So if somebody does know where you live, you're at risk of getting screwed with. So that's what I mean. Think about this, man. Think about if you were early in on the Ring/Blink camera system. Like if you bought that stock or you were an investor. Didn't Shaq buy Ring? Wasn't Shaq an early investor in Ring?
But he did go on Shark Tank, and they all turned him down.
Yeah. So, everybody I know has a Ring or a Blink camera because there's one now they're wireless, and two, everybody wants to know. Who's at your front door and the packages that are at your front door. Like everybody's got one of those systems, and nobody back in the day, Brian, when we were growing up, and Seth and everybody, none of my friends, mom or dads, had their house all cameraed up.
No, man, you could still ding dong dash and have some fun. Do a flaming bag of dog poop.
Yeah, put a flaming bag of dog poop on a guy's front lawn. You could do all that. Today, man, they'd have 5 camera angles on you doing it. So. It's just, that seems to be the business to be in is front door identity or house taping. Man, I was way ahead of my time. Anyway, buddy, I appreciate you.
Later, bye.
Hey, me having my bedroom cameraed up, Lummy, that was just a precautionary.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe the Supermarket.
Hey, Joe.
I got 2 things I just dying to get your opinion on. The first, the Ric Flair video. What do you think about that?
I think
Everyone's got a different opinion.
I think Rick is an alcoholic, and I think Rick showed his ass, and I'm going to play it here momentarily. Rick was in a bar in Gainesville, and all they did was simply, they didn't kick him out, but they cut him off, and I've seen Rick at his drunkest, and he gets pretty belligerent, so I think that's actually a responsible thing for a bartender to cut you off. He's also trying to better his chances with his company not to get some type of liable situation because they overserved a patron, and that patron went out and got into a car accident and killed somebody. Whereas, if something, if you cut a guy off, Brian, I think you're supposed to also offer to call a cab or something like that. To better further your liability or, to help your liability. But Ric Flair was mad because a responsible bartender cut him off because he was showing signs of being a real drunk asshole. And Flair got all up in the guy's grill. I got the audio. I'm going to play it before the end of the show. My opinion is Rick's being a dick. And the bartender didn't do anything wrong other than his job, and that is if you can identify a person that's been overserved, to cut him off.
I think the manager did, because he gave the waitress, I think, $1,000 tip.
He did.
Yeah.
He gave the waitress $1,000 tip to call the other guy an asshole.
Yeah.
Brian, you take that.
Sure.
If a guy walked up and say, "Hey, Brian, I'll give you $1,000 to call Bubba a fat ass right now."
I'll go around calling anybody anything for $1,000.
Yeah. So what's your second part?
The second thing is the Hulk Hogan picture with Stallone's daughters. I want to know which daughter you think is the hottest.
I haven't seen the picture.
I'll send it to you.
There's pictures of Stallone's daughters without Hulk Hogan. But,
yeah.
Do you have a pick, babyface?
Hey,
we did watch the reality show trailer like a couple weeks ago.
Let me ask you a question. How is Hogan 70 yet?
Oh, he's like 73.
Yep.
No, how I mean you have Hulk Hogan imprinted into your back. Do you know exactly how old he is or no?
He's
I
70.
think he's 72.
No, he's 70. He turned 71 in August.
Yeah, like big people have bigger organs and enlarged hearts, and usually larger people, like over 6, like large is considered, like a big
6'4" and up.
Yeah, 6'4" and up. I was going to say, yeah, 6'4" and up. And so from 6'4" and up, I think they have a higher mortality rate at a younger age because your body just has to work that much harder to keep that bigness flowing. And I wonder, what do you think the over-under on Hogan is? I mean, now he keeps himself in really, really good shape. I mean, I think Hogan lives to be 80. I think he's around 10 more years.
Yeah.
Bubba, I think you're neglecting that he's the immortal Hulk Hogan.
Third picture, Bubba.
So he's going to live forever.
Hulkamania will never die. I mean, his legacy will live on, but his body will leave this earth, Joe.
He's going to scroll over.
His soul will
tough.
transcend to wherever
He's so
souls
strong.
go.
Leathery skin.
Nope, next one. Yep, right there.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I think
there we go.
I think the hottest Stallone daughter would be the brunette.
Yeah.
I think so, in my opinion.
But she's so skinny.
Yeah, I like skinny bitches.
I like the one on the right, the blonde on the right, the first one. They all look naughty. But the first one on the right is mine.
All right, you got her, Joe. You called it out.
So
we'll let her know.
Is Hogan cutting promos now
for the beat shop and his convention?
All right. Thank you, Joe. Here's the thing about Hogan. If where's the
You wish he was cutting this promo in your gym?
Well, yeah, I do, but
that's why Bubba's building a new gym.
I mean,
if you build a gym, Hogan will show up to it.
Here's the deal. If you're Hulk Hogan, and Brian, by fairly decent sources, we have come up with, you and I together, between the 8 or 9 that he got clean after the Gawker was Thale was paid off and everybody took their commission and costs and whatever. I've been told by fairly reliable sources that Hogan, again, I don't know it to be true, but rumor has it Hogan got about 8 after they chopped it up. Okay, but with the Cox settlement, he then at that point, Brian, and you know this, he didn't have to take that one on contingency because now he was well funded and now he can pay hourly. And it's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so huge difference. It's a huge, that's the difference between having a $3 million legal bill or paying 33% of what you get, right? So I heard that after it was all said and done and he paid off and he went against Cox, I heard, I don't know this to be true, rumor on the street has it, hot news, so I've been told, not necessarily true, unreliable sources.
Just making up a number here.
$55 million is what the big number was. There was $3 million in costs, and then like another $3 or $4 million, whatever, and he ended up taking like 45 home for that. So if you had 45 and 9, that puts you at $54 million. That is, Brian, and it's so much money that I don't know. I continue to hang on to having a beach bar that I'm doing karaoke every Monday or Tuesday night.
You would have 10 of them, Bubba, if you had $55 million.
If you want to see some of his promos, you got to go back. This is for the WrestleMania convention he did. You got to go.
Oh my God!
Bro, you know something, maniacs?
Not this
I'm
one.
all jacked up, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Because the first ever Fanatics Fest is coming to New York City with the girls are real pretty in mid-August, brother. You know something? Michael Rubin called me out. He told me, Hogan, you're not going to be the only champ there, brother. There's going to be hockey players, baseball players.
Now he's promoting Comic-Cons and.
Those are all his karaoke ones.
All right, and where's his karaoke?
You keep skipping them.
Oh, I keep skipping them.
Yeah.
Hold on here.
Oh man!
Is that it?
That's one of them. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'm jacked up, punked up out of sight. You know, there must be the reason. It could be the season for all this crazy dreaming, brother. You know, my python boot was on too tight. I couldn't sleep a bit last night. A week's gone by, and now it's almost July. But no, it's only February. It's March. It's spring break. And you know something? Don't you dare.
Where? I thought I was scattered.
Eat the yellow snow, because that's where all the huskies go, and follow the yellow and red brick road all the way around the roundabout, right to Hogan's Hangout, brother, because 8 p.m. tonight, main event karaoke. I'm going to be there. Nick Hogan's going to be there. All our locals are going to be fighting for the belts. The men, the women are going to get titles if you're good
get
enough.
Some soundproofing,
so
brother.
what you going to do?
Yeah, get some soundproofing on your gym.
At 8 p.m. when the largest horns in the world in Hogan's Hangout and main event karaoke.
I mean, I don't think Hogan needs to do cardio. I mean,
And, you know, I got to loosen up these elbows and loosen up these wrists, man, because when I was driving back to North Beach, my car ran out of gas, brother. There are so many.
So I called Ronnie, my assistant, and he came in 5 gallons. We got to start it back, brother.
But then Nick got a DUI in my car.
Nick got a DUI trying to get me out of gas.
Many people here for.
Hey, I heard Hazlett made that go away.
He's good, man. Hey,
I heard Hazlett got him on a technicality or something. Like I heard Hazlett made that go away.
I have an idea for a new podcast.
What's that, Rhett?
I said it's probably because his wife worked at the jail. I think she got him out of it.
Now, what are you saying, Brian?
I got an idea for a good podcast called The Outcasts, or the Outsiders, and it's you and Brutus, because those are two people that Hogan's disowned in his life that were his best friends.
You know what? His wife actually has reached out to me several times, and I've always just thought, out of just, you know, respect or loyalty to Hogan, that me and Brutus, like I never really
Linda?
thought. No,
Brutus's
Brutus's
new wife.
wife.
Oh, sorry.
Brutus's wife.
Did you watch The Dark Side of the Ring with Brutus, Seth?
Yeah, he killed Bubba.
No.
Yeah, he hated me.
Well, I knew you told me he hated you, Bubba.
Yeah, but that's
but hold on, but I would say my first episode, if Beefcase was sitting right there with you, right, Brian?
Right.
Or maybe Seth, we finally, you know, when can you be looking for the chairs? I ordered 3 white. They're going to be put together.
Okay.
Podcasting chairs. It seems like that's all we are away from being able to do podcasting back there. Macho Man.
I think we need a couch up there, Bubba. I think that because of the way the table's set up, Seth and I have discussed it, that if you turn the table and have a couch against that left wall over there, that it'll be a more natural, close setting for a podcast.
What? How do you envision it?
Like if you had a couch up against the left wall,
you mean the
up
wall
on the stage?
You mean the wall where the sliding glass door is?
Like the Johnny Carson setup, kind of.
Yeah, where the banner is up there.
Oh, like a Johnny Carson setup.
Yeah.
And
then the table next to it at a little bit of an angle. I think that would be a more comfortable, because then you could have 2 hosts at the table and then the guest on the couch.
Let's walk through it.
I think we even ran it by Macho. I just think it was about taking a couch on and off stage.
Nobody's ran it by me, and I'm the one you got to run it by.
Well, you're the last person we go to. We need everybody on the same page, and then we go to Bubba.
All right, then you guys.
Yeah.
So you already get so you come to me and say, hey, I think we should do this, and I've already talked to Macho Man, Rhett, Lummy, Merch Crick, and Tom Bean, and Seth, and they're all like thinking we should do this.
Yeah.
All right. So use the podcasting table as the Johnny Carson desk, and then have the guests in a more natural, either big chair, poofy chair, or like love seat configuration.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so anyway, I guarantee you I could get Brutus to come on, and you know, twice a month, Seth, and I think that show has to be visual.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could definitely just take that straight to YouTube. It'd be too big, but I mean, you already got Brutus locked in for 2 times a month because his wife texts you every few years.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
That works.
And you're right, Brian. The Outsiders.
Yeah.
And you open the show up saying, "Hey, listen, Brutus, I know you didn't like me."
The Outcast, yeah.
I know, yeah. I know you didn't like me. I think you got to put Hogan in there. The Hogan throwaways, the Hogan Outcasts. I mean, I think you got to put Hogan in there to get the Hogan rub, just in the name.
Or it could be Enemy of My Enemy.
No,
You gotta keep Hogan in there.
You gotta get Hogan in there.
Hogan's
the
enemies.
name,
the former brothers.
The former brothers.
Former brothers.
The former best friends of Hollywood Hulk Hogan. Anyway, we'll find out. The title of the program is.
Well, you have to talk to Brutus
Hogan
first.
Zeros.
Is that a Hogan's Heroes?
Yeah.
Hogan Zeros?
Yeah.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100. The QZ gets you up every morning on Q105.
Can you imagine back? People are that high energy. So back in that's how they wanted their favorite show positioned, as like a little, jingle.
You got to get you up and go for the job that you hate.
Hello. But Brian,
Hey,
I love the concept, and if I could get him to agree,
Yeah.
it would be huge, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Let's see what Mike has to say
Mike, who?
on the phone.
Oh, Mike, hi. I feel as if you always know more than I do.
He said his name too, but I know I try to memorize these numbers.
Mike.
Does he know Brutus?
Mike.
He does.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, this is Berto Perez. How you doing, Bubba?
Hey, Berto Perez.
Bert Perez.
Yes.
My safe word is Bubba Army, right?
Sure.
I just want to make sure because I don't want to meet you one day and then you be like, "Hey, who are you?" And be like, "Bubba Army." That's what I'm
But
gonna say,
remember,
so I
you
don't get in trouble.
remember you were going to kill Berto Perez when he broke into your house earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Berto.
Oh, that was just okay.
Bubba's texting Brutus, his wife.
Okay, sorry. Sorry to bother you, Bubba. Sorry to bother you. I'm just trying to do a hard reset for the people that are listening
Bubba's
now.
on top of it.
But I just wanted to call in and say thank you, man, because you're putting on great shows. I'm glad you got rid of the negative energy. Seth's doing a great job in the podcast. Lummy's doing an awesome job. Babyface is killing it. Dr. Dan, he has his moments, but he's killing it too. Rhett's doing his thing too. But also, too, I got a Hogan story. I think he's a piece of crap. My son was 7 years old. I was wearing a Bubba Army. Went to the Tampa store to try to get his autograph because he was having some meet and greet. Since I had the shirt on, he didn't give me an autograph.
Oh, man.
What? This is obviously post-sex tape.
Yeah, and I was mad. I spent like $300 on the replica belt and everything. And I said, something, whatever. I left it alone.
So you guys stand in line. You got your Bubba Army shirt on, and what does he say? Just not going to do it, brother. Like what does he do?
Yeah, that's basically what he did. He goes, "Oh, you can take the shirt off." I said, "Why am I going to take off the shirt? The man made your career hotter than what it was when you didn't have a career."
For real. Did you really say that?
Yeah, Berto's the man.
I swear, I said that on everything. I said
And what did he say?
He looked at me. He goes, "Well, you must not want my autograph." I said, "Well, honestly, I don't think you are that bad. So I go ahead and just go down and keep my, whatever." I was mad. I didn't want to show my son my anger because I've gotten better over the years.
Yeah, we all have. So anyway, did your son get his replica belt signed?
No. The craziest thing ever happened. We still had the belt, and I was at a GameStop because I'm here in Fort Myers, and I met AJ Styles.
Oh, and he signed it?
AJ Styles. Yeah, he signed it and everything for him. And Kobe Kingston. They were in the GameStop looking at games.
Perfect.
That's even better.
And you just happen to have the belt on you?
He's got on with him all the time.
It's like Step Brothers with the samurai sword.
Yeah. All right, hey
Is
man.
that Randy Jackson?
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you.
All right, guys. No, but I'm just saying we were at an event going to the Harborside Convention Center, and then we pretty much got it there.
Oh, okay. I'm just teasing.
Perfect. Appreciate you, man. Okay. Thank you, buddy.
You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Perez.
He's a great dude. He's a great dude, Bubba.
Now, Rhett, I opened it up because it didn't have who it was addressed. It just said, Bubba Radio Network. We get this package, so I open it up, and come to find out, it's one of those. Was it Fuco's or?
Oh, that's from Berto Perez.
Yeah, the Funko Pop.
Yeah, the Funko Pop.
Yeah, that's from Berto.
And he sent the guy I just spoke with.
Yes.
And he sent Rhett one, and it comes with a wiener dog.
Yeah.
And it's a Rhett Funko Fuco, whatever the hell pop.
Oh, Berto has the most impressive Funko collection in the entire Bubba Army.
He sent me one of myself 2 weeks ago.
It looks
He's
awesome,
working on
too.
you. He's working on you and Seth and everybody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I
it's
never got
public
one.
knowledge, but I think everyone's got one on the way.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I got a package from John Costica. Am I okay to open
Now,
it?
yes, you can open it. But now, Rhett, should we take the if there's going to be everybody on the show that gets their own Funko Pop, I think we should maybe display that somewhere. Like you don't take it home. We put it somewhere on camera.
Okay.
Like back there by the Hall of Fame or something.
Yeah, display it for sure.
Yeah, because I mean,
it'd be weird if we just took home Funko Pops ourselves and just stared at them.
Should we make Bubba Funko Pops?
That's what he wants to show you yours if you want to make it.
Maybe we can find an off-brand company to make knockoff ones.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
And then sell them through Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army merch.
Whoa.
Yeah, Bunkos.
Yeah, Bunko.
This is from John Costica.
Yeah, I think it's a bottle of Bland's. It's really hard to get.
Oh, he told
it is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is my favorite.
He told me
that's a $120 bottle right there.
I got a hold of John Costica and I said, "What did you send Lummy?" He goes he knows that I'm into. I guess John Costica is kind of a connoisseur of brandy. And
bourbon,
bourbon,
and we were talking about
not to be confused with Brandy Love,
bourbon, and you guys are both into bourbon. So he sent you like the way a gentleman would.
Oh yeah,
sent you a really really expensive bottle.
Yeah, Bland's and Buffalo Trace are my two favorite bourbons, and this is like super hard to find now.
And you can sell those tops online and get like $20-$30 just for the.
Yeah,
so hold on.
People collect them.
You know what I had that I gave to John Morgan. You know what I had, didn't you?
A Pappy Van Winkle?
I had a Louis the 14th, whatever they're like $7,000 or $8,000 a bottle. Louis the 14th.
Yeah.
Louis the 16th.
That was in your wine cellar or whatever.
Yeah,
it was?
I got somebody gifted it to me, and I never really knew what it was worth. And I like the bottle alone's worth like $3,000.
Louis the 13th.
Yeah, Louis the 13th comes in a red box, and mine was completely.
It's cognac.
Yeah. And I gave it to John Morgan for helping me on that case that he called me about yesterday.
Oh wow!
The let's just say the Stormy Daniels appearance on my program. Stormy Daniels did a June 2007 appearance on my radio program. That appearance is now part of the Trump trial testimony. She brought it up, did she not? So it's now on record. Well, I used to have a copy of that appearance. And it really, really, really blows her and him right out of the water. Like I can't, but if I could play this footage, it shows her topless, writing down 3 of the most famous people she ever slept with. Number 1 is Donald Trump. We send it all throughout the room. We all go crazy over it. This was in June of 2007, like 9 months after it happened.
Bubba Sparks is in the studio.
Bubba Sparks is in the studio with me. And so there's so many different ways you could verify it, and just you can tell from what we're saying that it's Donald Trump. She goes on to say that not only did she have sex with him, but it was the best sex that she had of the 3 people. And she goes on. It would do a couple things. If I did own it and I could release it, Brian, it would blow. It hurts. It hurts Trump because it completely validates that even before he was even thinking about being the president, in lonely old June of 2007, she completely walks through this liaison this them effing, and she has there's nothing to gain. She's not making any money for this. She's not. She's truly the truth. She gets into very specific details. So that blows his I never met with her theory right out of the water. But it also, what it does is it blows her theory, and it makes her look like a liar on the stand too, because she's on the stand recently saying that it was the worst and she blacked out, and it was she's been added a bunch of stuff that she certainly wasn't saying back in June of 2007. She was just she was like really, really complimentary of him. And this, if I had that footage, Brian, do you think it would blow up? Have you seen it?
The only issue with the footage is it doesn't say his name. And that would be the only thing I would say.
It doesn't say his name, but
it doesn't outwardly say it.
But it kind of. But I mean,
You can put 2 and 2 and 2 together to add up, and connect the dots there. But it doesn't. If it said the name, then oh my goodness. But it's still there.
She describes it pretty good, though.
She describes it pretty good. I mean, you know who it is by your reaction.
I think what would. I don't think the state would use it or the feds would use it because it makes her look not so credible. And I don't think he would want it as evidence because it kind of validates that they did hook up.
So did the payment. So does all of the facts suggest that they did.
But knowing Donald Trump, he might like it because you're like, let me tell you something. Did you see her? Did you see when she was asked who the best lover was? She picked me. She did. She said I was
Dave Navarro.
I'm better than Vince Neil. I'm better than Dave Navarro. And she's a complete liar about that. She said that remarkably I was the best.
She loved my Cheetos puff.
She said she did it for free because you couldn't put it. And she said if she was just do it again, she'd like $25,000. So you can see that she's a money grabbing bitch.
I pounded her till it was orange.
Oh my God.
I mean.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You've never pounded Phoebes until it was orange?
No, Pa never taught me about pound until it was orange.
Well, you got to wear some foundation, buddy.
Pa never taught him. Say it.
Pa never showed me.
Well, your new daddy, Bubba, will teach you. He'll man you up.
I actually got a lesson with Long Dong Silver after the show.
Have you, has Bubba shown you the 2-finger?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, have you
I've also learned about coconut oil and penis pumps.
Have you tried the 2-finger cul-de-sac deal?
I have not.
It's the key to a happy marriage.
It'll make bitches go absolutely fucking wild.
Yep.
I'm just telling you, Seth.
I understand. No.
I understand. That was a great answer to get everybody to move on.
It'll make your bitch go wild. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm on it. Oh, man. What up, Brian?
What's the largest football stadium in America?
The Big House in Michigan.
Yep.
113,569 or something like that?
107.
What?
107.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but they probably have gotten like 114 in there before. What up, BMD Cash App CEO?
130,000 people at Bristol Motor Speedway.
White Iced Tea.
When University of Tennessee beat the Virginia Tech Hokies. September of 2016. The battle at Bristol.
Fuck yeah, thank you, DK. I hope everybody gets a chance to check it out at some point.
Yeah, Michigan got 109,318 into the Big House.
What up, 69? Chris Adams.
This actually says 115,109 was their biggest. Yeah. So I was close with 113.
Oh, I can hit the thumbs up on Rumble now because I'm signed in.
Oh, good job. What are we at? 97? 109?
Yeah.
109 after you, sir. Yeah, give us a thumb and you fucks. I would have been wearing a Trump shirt today if you assholes like things. But you one-way motherfuckers.
What up, Hockey Farmer?
I know for a fact that over 20,000 of you simps saw my beautiful face on Twitter. In fact, 17,600 of you and only 223 of you numbnuts hit the like button.
Biggest tweet of the day.
It was, Bubba. How's that feel?
Thank you, Chase.
You spend all this time tweeting out. Seth tweets out one picture of me, and it breaks the internet.
Oh, I don't know if it fucking broke the internet.
No, my face did.
What's up, Tina? Good morning. Colt 45. There's no time to pee.
Not
What
with
up,
these
Spark
5-minute
Shack?
breaks anymore. Takes Seth that long to just unwind it.
I gotta pull it out from inside my body. Oh man, it's not easy, man.
Come on, thumb it up.
What up, Greg from Canada? Fuck yeah, Trevor. I'm the man, you're the man.
Seth is the man.
Yeah, we got that card break today, Spencer Squared.
Ooh, it's going to be a beaut. 5 of the greatest boxes you've ever seen in your life.
Thanks, Red Wave.
This has been, how do you say, how do they say,
what we say? What are we trying to say?
I was trying to say these have been we searched and scoured the internet to create this collection.
Oh yeah, it's we've been marinating this cornucopia of cards.
Yummy. Team Babyface, thanks, Toby. Unlike Michael Scott, I don't hate you.
Oh, thanks, Matthew.
F. Dan, oh, I love you, Toby. Toby Borgans is now Bubba Army royalty.
I think it was like hair restoration 911 or something.
Man, hey, Babyface.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge.
Army HQ, cancel Netflix, cancel Amazon, cancel it all. All the entertainment you need in one place.
I don't know about all that.
One-stop shop.
Thank you for your
Just
kindness,
saying,
my friend.
You don't need like 24 hours a day. You could be listening to.
Well, there's
programming.
there would be. Listen, whether you can go back and find all the old most of the '98 rock stuff, all of the old Sirius XM, most of the Cox stuff, all of the Beasley stuff, just every different every year. I mean, let me 2000 and I was trying to think of the most.
What's the oldest content you have up there?
Probably some old Power Pig stuff, right? I know some old Milwaukee air checks.
We haven't got those up yet, but we're working on that one.
Yeah, some just old stuff. But then we got some during the leaner years, Lummy, like when it was just me and my sister and like Shannon and Manson. There's what year was that? Was it like 16, 17, something like that?
No, I think with Shannon it was 14, 15?
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is Ric Flair. This is all over the internet right now. Flair was at a Gainesville restaurant, and this bartender cut him off because, listen, I've been with Ric Flair, and when he gets drunk, he's a wild man. And this guy, this bartender, responsibly cut him off.
How's he never gone to rehab?
I think he might have.
He goes to the hospital for that and almost dies. I mean,
they
that's
pump
his
stomach.
rehab.
Yeah, they pump his stomach, and he gets to go home. Here is a little excerpt footage of. I may have to turn it way, way up, and you may not even be able to hear it. But this is a person that's a little bit, like behind the bar and a little bit distanced from where this confrontation between Ric Flair, this female bartender who he likes and he wants to give $1,000, who was probably his waitress. and then either the manager or the head bartender,
kitchen manager, that he had a disagreement with because he was taking too long in the bathroom at the only stall, and Ric Flair had to use the restroom, and he said that guy was texting while he was sitting on the toilet.
Oh, so the guy's on the toilet.
Texting the whole time.
Texting and stuff. Flair's got to take a poopy.
Yep.
I think Flair's like, I think his bill's over 1,000 or something because he's got like all kinds of friends and family. And I don't know that. What was Ric Flair doing in Gainesville?
His daughter graduated from UF.
Okay, so if I understand, as I went to Pepe's graduation.
How much was your Longhorn bill? Did you get in a fight with the manager?
We're having the open house at the Merch Crick's house on Saturday. I wonder if I should run some video because Pepe, Merch Crick's first husband and her had a son. That's Pepe,
your stepson.
Yeah, your little steppy.
Yeah, whatever. We're not married, but
does he call you daddy yet?
No, he doesn't. He's 25 years old.
Merch Crick.
He just got his master's degree, but his father's full blown Mexican. His name's Riley. He's a super good dude. But Lummy, he's got like a whole big Mexican family.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna be I might be the only white guy there.
Oh boy,
for all these Mexicans.
Maybe you want to go join a Palestinian rally.
I don't know what's going on, but I know that I got to be there Saturday at 3, and with my happy face on.
You want to wear like a sombrero or something, Bubba?
Just congratulate them all about Canelo Alvarez's big win, and you'll be fine.
Who's that?
Exactly. No, he's a boxer. He had a big win over the weekend.
Be like, how about that Alvarez win, huh?
Yep.
See?
Hola.
Don't they know you though, Bubba?
I mean, yeah, they know of me. They know that she's been dating me for a while, but they don't know. They've never met me.
You're El Guapo, right?
El Gordo Blanco.
Oh, El Gordo Blanco.
Yeah, good. Well, I didn't do anything wrong, except spend money and put this place over.
By the way, Flair talks in wrestling terms. So, like the average bartender, when Ric Flair tells you, I'm putting this place over, you don't know what that means, putting this place over. Like, the average guy doesn't know, the average non-wrestling fan doesn't know that when you put something or somebody over, that you're doing a job for them, that you're shedding positive light on either a person or an establishment. So Flair, uses wrestling terms.
Didn't do anything wrong, except spend money,
put this place over, and bring my family and friends here.
Put this place over and bring my family and friends here. That is bad for you. Why would it be bad for you? Well, watch social media tomorrow.
Watch social media.
Watch. Nobody said, watch those.
No, that's what they translated it to. It was social.
Was it?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's see if it was. Hold on.
Why would it be bad for you? Well, watch social media tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, you're social. That's a drunk social.
Ric Flair claims he had 1 Mick Ultra and 2 mixed drinks.
Right.
And they wanted to kick him out because
And 3
an employee
Percocet.
referred to him as a peeping Tom and a creep.
Here we go.
I don't follow social media.
Well, you better.
I don't get stuck on my phone.
What's your name, job? Nicholas what? Nicholas Dickhead.
He's giving them nicknames.
Yeah. Sir, and the guy goes, you don't have to call me that.
Don't ever talk.
You don't have to call me that.
You don't have to do this to me because you really made me my family.
I'm not removing you.
I didn't do one thing wrong. I walked into a bathroom.
And you cussed on my kitchen manager.
You're a kid high cost. Really? What world do you live in?
No, same world you
What
live
world do I deal with? How did I cost him? Did I touch him?
Cousin, you said cousin.
Now, let me. So, what are they accusing?
They're accusing him
because he's full hot.
He was mad. So he was mad at the guy sitting on his phone in the only stall texting, and Ric Flair had to go. And so he told him, I watched you text message. The guy came out and he said pretty much like, I watched you text, and I guess Flair got really mad at the guy, and that's him accosting him. So the guy that was in the bathroom.
The guy tries to throw a peeping Tom gimmick on Flair.
Yeah, he went and complained to the manager about the guy that was being creepy,
Never
looking
said
to
cuss
him.
word. Is that his word against yours? I didn't say one cuss word.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting there waiting to go to the bathroom, there's one stall, some guy's in there texting. It's not uncommon to kind of maybe look through the crack a little bit to see what's going on.
What are you talking about, man?
No, I mean to kind of see what's going what's going on.
Don't look through the crack.
You can see through the crack pretty easily. I agree with Bubba.
Hey, buddy, you playing Monopoly in there?
Can we get a lawyer in here?
No, but hold on. If you're not breaking the planes of the partition, meaning you're not trying to look over, look under, look like get on the sink and look over. Like if you just can stand in any normal spot within that bathroom, and just because the door has a small little crack and you can see through that, and you're not just sitting there and rolling tape or got your eye there, but you're just trying to kind of size up what's going on in there.
Come on.
That is not a peeping Tom.
The guy was in there for I think they said 10 minutes or something like that.
But that's not, I mean, Brian,
What's the time limit, man? It's not the YMCA with the treadmill.
Well,
you can go there as long as you want.
Seth, if you had to take a dump and a guy was sitting there and it's coming out.
I'll go in the women's bathroom. There's alternatives to staring at a guy on the toilet.
No, there is no alternative.
There is
That's
no
your
alternative.
one option. It's your only option in that
yeah,
scenario.
and it's not illegal for you to kind of peep in there to see what he's doing.
Either that or you take a dump in the urinal.
Hold on.
No, ma'am, I'm going to give you $1,000 tip just to say to him, kiss my ass.
So you're drunk when you want to pay your waitress $1,000 just to tell the guy that you're having an issue with to kiss your ass. I mean, it's kind of like when Hogan and the boys used to light joints with $100 bills. They did. That would be me and Brutus's first podcast. They were such gluttons, Seth, and were living so high on the hog that they would literally they would light their joints with $100 bills.
Man, that kind of makes me sick.
I mean, that makes you sick to your stomach,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it actually really does. Yeah.
But Hogan, back in the day when they were rolling hard, and he's making $12-13 million with Turner, WCW, they literally would be in the back lighting their joints with $100 bills.
And that's what Hunger Strike is about by Temple of the Dog.
You walk outside here. You don't have to be disrespectful to me. So we're being. I know. You're disrespecting me.
How am I disrespectful?
Telling me to leave.
I'm not telling you.
Now, do you notice now, I don't know if Flair hired a PR team or not, but they're now trying to say that Flair had a heart attack. But this is a back in the day story. This is from...
during his last match.
Yeah, but that's not anytime recent. That's not last week.
Yeah, it just came out on a podcast, though, because he had a heart attack during his last match, but he didn't know it until he went to the doctor, and the doctor told him that he had a heart attack within the last 2 years.
But they just conveniently have now start pushing that happened a year or so ago.
Yes.
And so they're just now pushing that out to try to outweigh...
I mean, this isn't the worst video ever. This isn't a total temper tantrum.
No.
He called him one name.
This is not bad at all.
I mean,
whoever would make this a bad... This is Flair. He's too drunk. He got overserved, and he called the guy, and he didn't even really make an ass out of himself. He's pretty much on brand. He's Ric Flair. He's high-flying, jet-setting. He's Ric Flair.
And he probably pooped his pants a little. Let's be honest.
Well, the guy at the end of the bar toward the end told him, let's go outside and fight.
Oh,
so,
I know.
yeah,
I know. And the reason why I think is because that guy knew that he was being taped and it would go viral.
Yeah.
So here we go. By the way, this has gone viral. Ric Flair having a drunken exchange.
It's really, I mean, you could say, I mean, it's not a big deal, and I get that as far as viral videos, but it's really, really sad for a guy that's almost died 3 or 4 times, and they brought him back to life, and he just cannot get off the bottle. I mean, it's just.
But I mean, that's his choice. It's his life.
I know. It's
his life.
I know.
But you're right. It's sad.
I'm just saying it's depressing.
He's
yeah.
almost fallen from grace as much as I have.
Is it though? Because if he's decided that he loves the drink more than he loves living, and an extended amount of time, that's his choice, man. I don't.
You're right. Here we go.
Really?
So this one, the bartender tells him he's cut off, and I think I'm not an alcoholic, but Lummy is, and I think that really, really, really is disrespectful when you tell an alcoholic that he's cut off, because he now knows that he can't get any more of what he likes. And he feels as if he's functional because all alcoholics think that they're still functional.
Have you ever been cut off, Lummy?
It's the only time anybody ever calls him sir.
Yeah. Let me be honest. Have you ever been cut off?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
And so you go to order one, and how does the normal format go? You go yeah, I'll take another bourbon and
last time I was cut off was in Vegas. So the pit boss told me, "Hey, no more drinks. You're done." So I said, "Are you serious?" Oh, I probably didn't say it that way.
Are you effing serious?
So then I got up. So
I've lost $1,300 in this place so far.
I got up and went to a different table.
And got more drinks?
No, they had me cut off there. Which pissed me off even more.
He thought he was going to outsmart him.
Yeah, I did.
2 tables over, I'm not off cut. Here we go.
Oh, I'm cut off and I'm drunk? Really? Yes, sir.
You no matter if you're paying or not.
Here, ma'am, please give yourself $1,000 tip.
He's telling the waitress, give yourself $1,000
She said, I
tip.
can't write it on there. You have
Right.
to.
$1,000 tip. This guy and I are so cool. She and I are cool. And along comes the dipshit.
Oh, boy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
He go,
I didn't know Tarek worked in.
Tara's husband.
Where did that come from? We're cool, and then along comes the Egyptian.
And then the other thing is Ric Flair. Who has heat with Egyptians?
Along comes the Egyptian. There you go, Dark Match Steve.
Along comes the Egyptian. I like this guy, like her, but this Egyptian.
You don't have to call me like that.
I said it.
I never did.
I'll say it again. You're a dipshit.
Oh, he said along comes this dip-s, not
Yeah, he said
Egyptian. That makes way more sense.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we
he
missed the first
slurred
one
it.
so he called him dipshiz 2 times.
I think so.
Yeah.
It just the translation was Egyptian, but if you think about it.
God. No, ma'am, I'm going to give you $1,000.
So I want to see the first one if it comes across as.
Tip, just to say to him, kiss my
Oh,
ass.
you went way far back, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna see.
You walk outside here.
I just want to get it all.
I know. You're disrespecting me.
How am I disrespecting?
Telling me to leave.
I'm not telling you to leave. We're just telling you that you're cut off.
Oh, I'm cut off and I'm drunk? Really?
I'm cut off because I'm drunk. Really? You kind of answered your question, did you not? Right?
Yeah.
You no matter if you're paying or not.
Here, ma'am, please give yourself $1,000 tip. $1,000 tip. This guy and I are so
Here we go.
cool. She and I are cool. And along comes the dipshit.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
right. Yep.
Yep.
But listen, they have it as Egyptian, so I'm leaving it as that. But we know that it probably is not.
Damn.
It would have been a little funnier if
it would be even funnier if the headlines read Ric Flair hates Egyptians, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there's all types of different people you can hate, and Egyptians usually aren't in that category.
Then Awesome Tut comes out and
Yeah.
has a problem with him.
Oh, I'm leaving. Trust me. I won't come back again.
Thank God.
Come outside here and talk to me like a man.
I'm not going to do that because I'm on the clock.
You push you are. You're on the pussy clock.
Oh, my God.
The guy goes, I can't go out there and fight you because I'm on the clock. And Flair goes, you're on the pussy clock.
I was going to stop.
Hey, you want to go out and talk with me in the park?
No. Some other drunk here.
Oh, my God.
This dude here.
Gainesville.
Yeah, this dude right here, man.
Yeah, he's drinking.
He's drunk, and he's like, man, I want to go outside and fight Ric Flair because I'll get 5 million hits on my, right?
Well, I mean, you
Oh,
could
yeah.
take him, right, at this point.
Might be.
Yeah.
I don't work here. I don't give a shit.
What's that? What's that? What did you say to me?
So Flair goes, what'd you say to me?
That guy should have really just.
What did you say to me? Oh, I dropped my whole family here.
I need one of those little bar straws to mix food.
So, Bubba, can I give you my biggest problem with this video?
Yes.
Not one person. You have like 12 people standing around walking through that video. Not one person let out a woo! Are you kidding me?
Oh, I know.
Are you kidding
Shows
me?
you how stupid Gainesville is.
I mean, give me a break. Either that or they didn't know who he was.
True. When I return, we got to get into the Boy Scouts. They're renaming. I think they're renaming themselves.
Yes.
As just the Scouts.
I think there's a different name. Let me check on that.
And then Biden says people have a right to be concerned about the economy. He's saying that right now.
He said we got money.
Yeah, it's gonna be Scouting America.
Scouting America. And they're allowing homosexuals, which they've allowed since 2013, but I think they're allowing girls now too. And it's like, it's just, I got to think that being a Boy Scout is not nearly as cool as it used to be.
This is pretty low on the list of things that concern me right now.
Right. Like, nobody has, Walker. Like, I guarantee you,
No,
Lummy,
will not be in the Boy Scouts.
Walker will not be in the Boy
Or
Scouts.
Scouting America.
Or Scouting America.
No.
Or any of that nonsense.
Not opening up to
he's
pedophilia.
He's gonna be playing t-ball. He's gonna be playing soccer. He's gonna be playing basketball. I got to think that you're gonna probably get him in every sport possible, just to so that learns dexterity and learns how to just play every sport. And then as he gets older, you'll start whittling down what he's best at.
Exactly. Not
right?
a pocket knife that doesn't have a blade in it anymore.
Hold on, you can't. So if you're a Boy Scout, you can't even have a knife.
Well, you have a knife, but they took out the blade.
So that's not a knife.
It's they're calling it a pocket knife. They just take out the blade.
All right, we'll
It's
get into
so
that,
stupid.
the Joe Biden stuff, and a few other things. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I heard this Boy Scout story on the Who Gives a Shit channel.
You were a Boy Scout, Brian?
No, I was not a Boy Scout. I wasn't into getting raped by... They were way into being gay before it was cool to be gay. You know, you go away for 2 nights with...
There's a lot of people that probably Boy Scouts are going to get offended, Brian.
That's fine. Let them get offended. What's more offensive? A scout troop leader raping a boy on an overnight, or me saying that that scouting is a home for that? Anytime you have an area where kids are left in the entrustment of other adults, you're going to have a situation where you attract some unsavory characters, if you will.
You would hope you wouldn't.
They're but naturally... the Catholic Church.
I know.
Boy Scouts. Chuck E. Cheese. You know?
Chuck E. Cheese.
I'm joking.
They changed that now. You got to have stamps.
Yeah. Look, my knife identifies as a spoon now, so... Don't pay attention to the fact that it has a pointy edge and serrations. It is a spoon.
Eat off of it. Jeez. This is horrible.
Oh boy, Fish on Jay. Stereocycle out there overloading their drivers. They get them right out of Roadmaster, huh? Oh yeah, Pedro the pool guy is an Eagle Scout. That means he's had at least 3 dudes in his rear end.
Oh, jeez, Brian.
Just saying. I think that's how you get up to Eagle Scout. Once all the scout leaders have run through you, you're an Eagle Scout. The Girl Scouts have the cookies and the Boy Scouts have cream pies.
Jesus.
Babyface is elite. He's an elite zinger talent. Hey, Lummy.
Yes.
When you said I was pale early in the show, did you mean it?
No, I just was seeing your camera. So
Okay.
I was just agreeing with Bubba that, you looked a little...
You said it kind of with some anger, so I didn't.
Said you were tan, and then when you put the lights on, you looked pale.
It is because you were like, I'll be as pale as Seth. It kind of just hurt. I mean, that's it.
Well, because I have so many computer screens too, so my reflection would be super pale.
But you're so tan.
But listen, it's a good mix for you. You're between Brian and Dr. Dan.
As far as my hue?
Yeah.
Is Brian and I the same shade?
You?
Yeah.
No, you're tanner than Brian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Brian's scared of this stuff.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's those 2-minute walks to the mailbox that's getting me
Right.
tan. I think we probably all just get tanner in the summer and without even knowing it. We bake in our cars.
Dude, just an hour until we have the big break.
Big break, baby.
Woo!
Oh, yeah, I got to get those names ready.
Oh, yeah.
Random.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you know what's going to be, I realize it's going to be cool is that there's not a million cards to...
No, it's going to be fast,
Yeah.
furious, and fun. All the Fs.
Make sure you guys that are in it get, we'll go on about 10, 15, but make sure you guys get in there so you can tell us which cards you want. There's a draft. Pick your cards.
Here is your beautiful select box.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me get some funds your way.
No, it's
Let me get some funds your...
There's no rush, dude. I ain't looking to make things...
All right, baby. You know what? Kumar Rocker's up to 425. Woo!
Wow, you can sell that 4250 Spencer Jones one.
I know. It's not getting a lot of action. I'm surprised. His gold one sold pretty fast. Or it was like at a 24?
Yeah, you priced it well.
What are you stealing? What are you monitoring everything? I gotta sell this stuff.
I know, you don't have to move it at wholesale prices.
Well, $16 I think for...
No, I'm teasing.
I thought 16 was a good deal.
Eagle Scout.
Who? Shannon?
Make sure you subscribe to Bubba Army HQ. Otherwise, Bubba will have to take action. And there's a lot of power behind those short arms. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We got a Bubba 199 this Friday, right?
Yes, we do.
And I think in full disclosure, I'm just going to play some T-Quest stuff.
I think people will love it.
What do you got? What do you got underboob wise?
Murray, Guatemala, Merck Craig,
Rolo Riviera, Lummy.
Thank you, dude.
25 on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, we've lost our Cash App at the Bubba Army. You know, Lummy, this show, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, is sponsored by BetterHelp. Again, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com. We got all kinds of different stressors that we carry with us, big and small, and we have them all bottled up, and it can start to affect you negatively. Well, therapy is a safe place to get things off your chest and figure out how to work through whatever's weighing you down. If you're thinking about starting online therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited for your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. They make it very, very easy. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/BTLS. It's going to get you 10% off your first month, but you must use the /BTLS. That's BETTER, BetterHelp, HELP.com.
/BTLS.
Brian, when you see things like this, like, you know, this comes from CNN.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we all, unfortunately, I don't think that you can be a show that talks about maybe things that men want to talk about, which is kind of what our show is supposed to be, but it ends up being more about just our world that we live in, and we get down our own rabbit holes. But sometimes we do talk about various stories, and I don't think that you can be rolling around in life and not talk about politics in some way, shape, or form. You know, and it seems like now more than ever, we are so fish on the J25 for Babyface Thursday.
Thanks, Fish on the J. Stay safe out there.
And you know, here's the thing, man. I think we're most polarized than we've ever been. Like, it's bad. It's bad. It's so bad that some people don't want to talk politics. I mean, and I don't want to necessarily talk politics, but when you got CNN that usually is politically aligned Democratic, usually. In fact, when CNN was popular, they used to call it the Clinton News Network.
Yes,
just because, you know, they felt it just, and Fox has obviously aligned himself, right. CNN is left. And then the rest of the media, MSNBC is left. But then the rest of the media is kind of a hodgepodge between, I don't know, I would say more left-leaning than right. How would you, like CBS?
I mean, other than like Newsmax and OAN and...
Right, but like ABC...
InfoWars.
ABC, CBS,
Yeah,
NBC,
they lean to the left.
They lean. Mm-hmm. CNN goes all in. So here's our president. Like, he's so far behind.
Yeah, I want to hear the context under which he said this. Like, I hope they have a little more than just a snippet.
Here we go. Let me see here. Of course, I don't have the volume. Of course, I do not.
I remember my first day.
30% more. What about,
And then you can remember your last one, too. Because that could be coming just quickly. You'll actually have a fresher reminder of your last day than you will your first one. Thank you, my friend.
what about, but there's real pain. Grocery prices are up 30%, more than 30%.
Is it me, or does it seem like groceries are up the most?
Oh, yeah.
Of everything, of our life bubble, energy, gas, food.
Well, the issue I have with it is this. I understand inflation. I understand what happened post-COVID with the free money. There is no free money. I get all of that. That's all fair. But these companies are recording record profits. What they have found is that they can raise the price to whatever the hell they want, and because of inflation, people are going to continue to pay it because they're just used to it. So look at a.
So you're saying like COVID kind of conditioned you into things being maybe a little more expensive, or your rights being taken away, or things you have to jump in through a few more hoops, and this and that, and then they've used that to not necessarily lower the prices, but just to keep the prices where they at, so they can just because we're used to getting it stuck to us.
Now, just look at a case of Coca-Cola, right? It was pre-pandemic, $4.99?
Yeah, something like that.
$4.99.
Yeah.
They're charging $8.99 for a 12-pack of Coke now. There is no way in hell. I don't care what their costs went up. There is no way that it's doubled. And I guarantee if you look at their profits for the past year,
so why isn't Biden? Why I'm asking you this? He's your guy, or whatever. I'm not even going to put that on you
because his friends are rich too, and they care about the stock market.
All right, but what I'm saying is, like, why doesn't? I would have a lot of respect for the president if he would walk us through what you just did. If he said, you know what, people he does. Yeah,
he kind of talks about it.
Okay.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, and people are spending more on food and groceries than they have at any time really in the past 30 years. That's a real day-to-day pain that people feel.
It really is, and it's real. But the fact is that if you take a look at what the people have, they have the money to spend. It angers them and angers me that you have to spend more. For example, the whole idea of this notion that Senator Casey talked about, shrinkflation. I think it's on your
Same
program.
price for a smaller bottle of juice or
Well,
something.
for example, Snickers bar, they did a thing, and it's like 20% less for the same price. That's corporate greed. It's corporate greed. And we've got to deal with it. And that's
But Brian, I think, in my opinion, before you argue with me, that people like me or the next guy that may not like this guy, I think it would resonate more with me instead of saying shrinkflation, where the Snickers bar is now 20% less. We still have. I think that you get into corporate greed and you get into the financial windfalls of these big grocers and these cookie manufacturers and the bottled water manufacturers. I just don't think you package this as shrinkflation, because I don't think that gets the guy like me as mad at corporate America as, if Joe Biden would have said, well, let me just tell you, he could get these stats. Let me just tell you that Kroger, is Walmart probably the largest grocer?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so you could probably get Walmart pricing and say Walmart has had 4 consecutive record quarters within their food industry. I'm sure Walmart separates. I'm sure, Brian, you can probably find a Walmart report that separates food from merchandise. the tires that grandma buys for her car that she gets put on at Walmart probably is accounted differently than the head of lettuce that grandma's buying. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they have food profits and they have other, outside of food profits. And I guarantee you that they probably have showed record profits. So just rather than to nicely and quickly wrap this up under the shrinkflation deal, that doesn't get people as mad. Joe needs to get people mad. He needs to start pointing some fingers at some people saying, I can't help it that grocers, Kroger, Walmart, Publix, the various other Piggly Wiggly, Winn-Dixie, all the grocers, I'm sure, are showing record profits. Right?
Most companies are. I mean, it's across the board. This isn't just industry specific. This is most major corporations across the board are posting, and have been for the last 2 years, posting 2-3 years, posting record profits. Records. Because they have been continuing to take in the money. Yes, labor's gone up. Yes, fuel's gone up. Yes, supplies have gone up, but not to the extent that these companies are gouging
So you're saying
consumers.
a $4.99 case of Coke pre-COVID, throw in the
30%.
Throw in the 30% it costs to get it to your table. Through the fuel needed to transport it to A to B, to the fuel it took, through the energy it took to make it. It's
$6.50, not $8.99.
Yeah, $6.50 would be something would go more along the lines of the inflation level. $8.99 is a straight gouge.
It's a gouge.
It's a straight gouge.
And the problem is the American consumer continues to pay it. We've become so comfortable and weak as a nation. I mean, the simple answer is this: boycott Coke and Pepsi, boycott Frito-Lay, buy store brands only, hit them where it hurts. And if the American consumer was pushing back against them, they would be forced to adjust their pricing and their business model.
Yeah, but
we
can't.
don't.
You can't.
Well, no,
You can't.
because people are fat and lazy,
Well,
and they
can't.
want their chips and soda.
Hold on, but you can't really. What are you gonna open up a chips and soda? Is they're gouging us group on
Facebook.
on Facebook and think that 25 people that joined who are not going to go to buy any more Coca-Cola or Doritos are going to make a difference for
if the Americans got together, look, we can communicate with one another. We can get the word out. Okay, when I was in high school, there was a rumor that Gwen Stefani was born a man. There was no internet to share this rumor. Every high schooler my age heard it. Lummy, you heard that
Sure
rumor,
did.
right?
Yeah.
Seth, you heard that rumor, right?
I didn't. I'm shocked and saddened
Well,
right
there was
now.
like the Marilyn Manson one.
Yeah, like the Marilyn Manson.
Oh,
one.
yeah, I heard that
or
one.
like the Rod Stewart one and the semen in his belly.
Yeah, so if we could spread those rumors without social media and everybody knew them, then how can't we get a message like this across?
It's not as fun boycotting chips as it is spreading them.
For the month of June, we're not buying
It's
any
Dorito.
name-
It's Dorito-less June.
Yeah, whatever. We're
Frito-Lay. We're boycotting Frito-Lay June.
We're boycotting the major companies until they adjust their prices back down and adjust to where this is capitalism though, and until the consumer end holds up their end of the supply and demand chain, where they now have reached a price point where the demand has decreased, then you cannot, that's the regulating factor that we need here. Biden can talk about it all he wants with shrinkflation and all this, but until the consumers start voting with their pocketbooks, nothing will change.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, what's up? It's Pedro.
Hey, Pedro, the pool guy.
Dylan, Macho Man said just get Dylan Mulvaney to push all the big.
If you want your product to go cost half as much and your company's worth half as much, hire Dylan Mulvaney. Good
profits.
one. Great job, Mach. Definitely deserves. There we go. Even Mach gets those too. Yes. What's Pedro the pool guy?
Hey, well, I was actually calling about the Boy Scout thing, but on this one, you realize that a lot of the store brands are also made by the same companies, right?
But
Just rebranded.
But they're charging half the price. So that if the store brands ended up capturing a larger market share, then the major companies would be forced to reduce their prices in order to try and recapture that market share. That's just economics. So I don't care who's making it. It would just be an adjustment. And it's not, they have similar suppliers, but Frito-Lay is not making money off of public store brand chips.
I don't know, man. It's
I'm pretty certain they're not. But
whatever.
All right, Pedro, is your wife?
I don't know what
is your
kind of-
wife recovering
what kind of-
nicely?
Yeah. She's actually back at work finally, so that's been nice.
Perfect.
So, but I want to weigh in on the Boy Scout deal because I'm actually an Eagle Scout.
Well, now listen, I've also been told by the Merch Crick that Pepe was an Eagle Scout too.
And Shannon Burke, he was an Eagle Scout.
That's Boy Scouts. Then after you kind of time out of Boy Scouts, as you get older, you become an Eagle Scout, and I think that's far more prestigious. I think. I think.
You got to do 100-hour. You have to plan and execute a 100-hour service project, and it's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, and it's supposed to build, young
literally
boy,
and figuratively.
It's supposed to build young boys' minds into being more like men and things like that. It's the master's program of Boy Scouts.
Right.
And what did you learn as an Eagle Scout?
Well, I actually ended up having to do 2 different projects because my first one was rejected. So my final was I had to make 2 picnic tables for a handicap picnic site and campsite.
So hold on, you made full-size picnic tables using skill saws and nailer guns and stuff like that. That's what you had to do for your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. First time your Eagle Scout guy cuts off his hand from making a picnic table. I want Brian to represent me.
Yeah, well, that was
part
when
of
they
a
were
project.
still letting guys mess around with saws and machetes and knives, and now they're just pussifying it where, if you can't have a knife, that's what you do when you're bored. You whittle. I mean, what the hell else are you supposed to do?
Or you stab your roommate that's transsexual because you don't like him.
Yeah, well, we learned that cigarettes back in the day used to give you 10 minutes to get away, so, we had some fireworks and stuff. But
all right, Pedro,
anyway.
I got to go. I love you.
See ya.
I want to be on time with Shannon, so if we break now, and Shannon, you're disclosing that Shannon was an Eagle Scout too?
I asked him before we brought this topic
Which
up.
even goes to show you that real rugged men, Eagle Scouts used to produce men like Shannon Burke. Now I don't even know that Eagle Scouts are a thing, are they?
No, it's still around.
All right, cool. We'll talk to we'll talk to the Shannon Burke coming up next, Lummy, okay?
Nice.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Didn't say all scouts are raped, bouncer. It's a joke. Relax.
Seth, are the boys excited about our Juneteenth?
Oh yeah.
Bubba, do you want to test Shannon Burke?
I got him on. Him on camera. Brian, did your wife like Alpha?
Yeah, she did.
For real?
Yeah, she said it smells great.
You're just fucking with me.
Well, okay. Gotcha. It made her vomit and break out in hives.
No, say what you said the first time. I got you, B. See you in 4 minutes.
How'd Thieves like Alpha, Seth?
Oh, the fucking.
Oh shit! I haven't
We
worn
should
home.
spray it on the mailman so she gets to smell it. Oh!
Jesus Christ.
I gotta find that clip. Did you send it to me?
Which one, Bubba?
The Rio and Kurt putting over Alpha.
Oh yeah, I sent it to you. He cusses. He said it smells good as fuck.
Did you email it to me?
I can. I emailed it. I texted it to you, and it's on your Twitter. You want me to send you the tweet?
Or have Lummy send? Yeah, send me the tweet. Send me the tweet. Yes.
How's the smell? Is it gone? Did we ever identify it?
What tweet? So,
It's gone.
did Brian tweet?
No, the alpha review from the barbers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll send it to you real quick.
Oh, I got export up.
But you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Just send it to me.
I will.
When's it hitting the market?
Soon, very.
Soon, very.
Very soon.
Hashtag very soon.
All right, guys, 10:15 after the show. Nick the Gun Guy, Big Country, Justin Kelly, Derek, and Jacob.
Bye-bye, send it to you.
You want me to show the boxes off, Seth, or are we going to save them?
You show them, baby.
Hang on.
How about a little Elite Extra Edition 2022? That's what we pulled our beautiful Junior Caminero auto out of. How about Trinity 2023 football? Did somebody say Caleb Williams? Oh, first off the line, Elite 2023.
I just keep smelling it and shit.
It's not custom, sorry.
Any more irresistible.
Lummy, can we get Gary Cantrell to make a Bubba Army Alpha? Like this would be a
Trinity 22-23 basketball.
Use all of this in its entirety, and then with the logo of Bubba Army Alpha with a link to the
CJ Stroud?
store.
Gotcha.
I did. And Caleb Williams. Rice, baby. Anyways, those boxes coming your way at 10:15. Watch the excitement of a draft break. If you've never seen one before, you'll see how it works.
What should we go? Elite?
I think we start with the Elite 22 baseball, the Elite... No, I think we start with the Trinity basketball.
Okay.
Then we do the 2 Elite baseballs, and then we finish with the footballs?
Yeah. Sounds good.
I mean, up to you, buddy.
No, the only thing I think about is maybe breaking up the two baseballs or something, but it's not a big deal.
Well, then we can do the first off the line baseball. We can save that one for last.
No, I'll do football last.
Okay.
I think
then we'll start with Elite 22, then we'll do basketball, then we'll do Elite 23, and then the 2 footballs.
Yeah, that's perfect. What up, Neil?
So you guys don't understand the amount of show prep that goes into bringing you a card break. It is substantial. We just gave you a small glimpse into the great, beautiful minds of Seth and Brian.
There's just a small bit of work that goes into it. Then we got to get you the cards, and it's cool.
Seth puts a lot of work into it. This is a passion project.
I never understood the man hours that got put into it that I never charged for.
Yeah.
I'm not getting my $8 an hour I'm used to.
He's a world-class e-cyclist. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We do it every Thursday. It's just a good way to see what's happening over one of our largest affiliates, 103.1, Real Florida Man Radio. We have actually 3 affiliates. We have 101.1 in Ocala. We have 103.1, both 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach and in Orlando. Hey, Shannon, I had a really nice text exchange with the John Morgan yesterday.
Oh, no kidding.
And
Love that man.
he's looking at some stuff for me. And he did
What,
it.
you get injured on the job or something?
No, I'm not going to sue myself.
Oh, okay.
More like kind of a Stormy Daniels situation.
Oh, okay, good.
High level.
Yeah.
And he was like, he didn't know. He's old school. He likes to turn on the radio, not necessarily jump through a bunch of different hoops to hear his favorite programming.
Right.
And he was not familiar that we were, full blown 50,000 watt FM on 103.1. And I told him I thought our boundaries were like east to Daytona, north past Leesburg, west to about Lakeland, and I didn't know south.
I think down to Kissimmee, south of Kissimmee for sure.
Well, maybe like Yeehaw Junction, something like that. I don't know.
heard it in Bartow and Yeehaw Junction.
Yeah, so Bartow. Let's use Bartow. So Lakeland, Bartow, Daytona Beach, and Leesburg certainly is the Orlando Metro plus, right?
Yes, definitely.
So John Morgan is now he might be listening right now. So I turned him on to us, being on the air, and he's like, "I know Shannon. When Shannon was at his low point, I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe you can tell the story. But I'm talking to John Morgan about this other thing. I tell him about Florida Man Radio 103.1." And as soon as I said, "Hey, I'm back in Orlando," he comes back with, "Yeah, I know you're on some bullcrap radio station. I can't even get in my office." I go, that's what he comes back with. I go, no, John, I'm on me and Shannon Burke. You know Shannon. We're on 103.1. And he goes, "Oh, okay." He goes, "Shannon Burke, when he was in trouble, I walked in the courtroom."
Oh my God, that's the best story.
So I want you to tell the story. But this
didn't have to do with that. It was a family law deal, and that the other person involved had done said some things about me that were nothing short of libel. I mean, they were libelous stuff. And so I'm there with my attorney, was not John Morgan, and I'm sitting in the room.
And you're on the other side of the partition.
Yes,
right.
I'm at the defendant's table, I believe.
Right.
And before the court started, I'm sitting there with my attorney. The opponent is sitting there with her attorney, and I had seen John in the lobby of the courthouse.
And by the way, he walks around. It's like literally God's walking around the courtroom.
Oh my God! I mean, everybody. It's like it is. You're absolutely right.
It's like you've never seen him.
Here.
You've never seen a more anointed man walk around the Orange County, judicial system. John, he just floats around and goes and does, and even the judges even put him over.
Yeah.
Like it's a big thing. Like the judges will be like, "John, come back into the chambers. Let's BS a little bit," right?
Yes. And so he comes in. He knows I'm there, and he comes in walks in through the little galley, goes up to the the little swing door, where he's like up in front with the defendant and the plaintiff, and he says, he comes to my table and he says, "Do you mind if I sit with y'all through this proceeding?" And I said, "Absolutely not, John." And things went our way. And afterwards, the opposing attorney was scrambling to find out why John was there.
Mad.
They were scared to death. They were scared to death that he was there.
Right.
Like he was getting ready to sue somebody.
Right. Like
he was
going to sit second chair and really, and so like, what did the judge acknowledge? Like, "Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You better believe it.
So you kind of and all he was there was just to give you the straight John Morgan rub. You know what I'm saying?
All he had to do is just be visually present, and it accomplished so much.
Brian, when I'm watching LA Dodger games or things like that, you'll see Morgan and Morgan, billboards in Los Angeles and New York.
They become
everywhere.
Huge sponsors of the UFC and Barstool Sports.
And NASCAR.
Yeah.
There's a NASCAR that's got John Morgan's face on the hood, and it says Morgan and Morgan on the deal.
Yeah, but he makes the driver wreck every race, though. So
yeah, exactly. So he can sue the softball technology.
Just so that you can have the advertising for his car accident.
I mean, you're a lawyer, Brian. Is he truly kind of the rock star of personal injury?
Well, I have to thank him because
globally?
he's saved me a ton of money on advertising because I don't spend anything on advertising because there's no point with John Morgan out there.
No.
You're just, so thank you, John, for making me stay small and humble.
Yeah, size does matter. And
only when it comes to coffee cups and monster trucks, Bubba. You know that.
Well,
Come
I'm just
on.
saying. John Morgan is a slinging D. I'll just tell you that right now. I had an unbelievable conversation.
And if he knows a lot of people in the media, obviously, because he spends so much time and money in media. But once you meet him and he gets a relationship with you, I mean, I've picked up the phone in the past years ago and asked him if I could meet with him, and he would say, "Sure, Shannon, come meet with him and Keith Mitnick, and we'd sit together and talk about what the problem was."
4 or 5 years ago, I'm in John Morgan's office. Everybody knows the story. Next thing you know, Bill Clinton's on the phone.
That's
Bill
awesome.
Clinton is on the phone. Oh, wait, what's up, John? I'd be like, Mr. President Clinton, I have my friend Bubba.
Hey, Bubba the Love Sponge.
He goes,
How you doing?
oh, wait, I heard of you. You're a real rascal. That's what he said. That's what he said. He goes, I heard of you. You're a real rascal. And then we talked about the matter at hand, and Bill Clinton had like 3 or 4 different scenarios that I should do.
He was giving you tips on Epstein Island?
No, he was giving me tips on something sexual. But
when you go there, this is what you need to do, Bubba. You need to ask for the Bill White Thigh Special, and they will take you home, my friend.
Oh yeah, wait. I got it so that they won't even put you on the flat log. You know what I'm saying? Now don't go against me because you could be like Ron Brown and end up get killed. Now I'm just telling you. You learn how to
You may shoot yourself in the head twice.
Isn't there just a whole big conspiracy theory as to how many people the Clintons have killed?
The body count, yeah.
Yeah, the Clinton body count.
Yep.
That's a real thing. So anyway, I was talking to John yesterday about a thing, and he said, "Tell Shannon I said hi, and if you guys ever need anything,
He's a great guy. We're fortunate to know that guy for sure.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing: Shane Reeves ought to be marching his ass over to Morgan & Morgan right now with this air check. And saying, "Hey guys, we need some sponsor." They spend tons of money, and we're their friends. So right? Sign them up to be big time advertisers.
I don't know why he's not, but now that he knows we're on a big old signal, you never know. That guy doesn't miss a lick when it comes to
Well, he's our boy too, man. Like he'll throw us $10,000 just to be our boys. Please.
I'd love to see that.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
So Shannon, how are things going for you, my friend?
Wonderful, just wonderful.
Can you believe that how me, Bubba the Love Sponge, how I somehow organically just infiltrate myself into all these major situations, and I don't even try to?
Well, it is pretty amazing that you weasel your way into Stormy Daniels' Donald Trump courthouse.
I'm now on record. She's now on record by saying that she first talked about this on a
Tampa radio show.
I wish she would have said the name. Don't you?
Oh my God! Could you imagine? Just one time, just slip it in.
Although she goes back on the stand right now, maybe. But shame on Trump's counsel for not pinpointing what that radio show is, because at that point, Brian, you being an attorney, if you just let somebody loosely knit together, listen, the first time I talked about this was on a radio show. Okay, what radio show? They asked. This is the exact question. A Tampa radio show. Like, you just don't leave that low-hanging fruit there. You complete that sentence by saying, okay, which Tampa radio show?
This whole thing is kind of red herring stuff, though. It's irrelevant to the charges against him, which is why Trump's attorneys moved for a mistrial yesterday, because regardless of the truth of the matter and whether or not he did have sex with her
testimony had nothing to do with the charges at hand.
It has nothing to do with the charges at hand. Yeah. And that's the real issue here. This was just inflammatory.
Brian, so let me ask you a question. Is that kind of unethical with regards to the prosecution? Is that you're just padding up the salacious pad here when really in the scope of what you're being charged for, this testimony means nothing? Well, so at that point, is that's one, is it mistriable? I would think it is. But two,
it's not mistriable because it's ultimately, because it's so far removed from the charges, it's irrelevant. It's not going to be deemed by any appeals court to have swayed the jury one way
Brian,
or the other.
Wouldn't another judge that maybe didn't have it in for Trump stop that testimony and say, "Where's the relevancy of this testimony?"
Like when they may, but there's a lot of leeway given for relevancy, and it's a pretty big hurdle to clear to say that it impacted the outcome of the trial.
Him not wearing a condom has zero. Let me just tell you this: if I'm sitting there as a juror, I'm living in New York, I'm probably leaning left anyway. That's the way everything up there is. And I hear that they went raw. There was no condom. Even though this matter is not supposed to affect my outcome on how I, view this, I still think that Trump's a little bit of a nasty, that he's sleeping with hookers without rubbers.
So you believe that for a second?
But what I'm saying is that it
That's
shouldn't.
right.
It
I
shouldn't
raw
be,
dogged the porn star.
But it shouldn't be.
It was the most tremendous raw dogging that ever had.
But it shouldn't be allowed in court.
I mean, it is not relevant to the
it
charges.
should not. I'm going to be like, objection, Your Honor.
I wouldn't allow it as a judge. It should have been kept out. It's not. It doesn't rise to the level of mistribal, but. This is, death by 1,000 cuts. If this continues to be allowed to happen, then at some point I could see an appeals court saying this was a runaway circus and it shouldn't have. They shouldn't have been able to go down these avenues. And because it was one after another, and the cumulative effect.
And by the way, she's back up today. Stormy Daniels is back up today.
Well, maybe you'll get a shout out, Bubba.
Maybe I'll get, maybe Trump's
people. You should have
people.
sent her a Bubba Army shirt or something to wear.
I sent her a text saying, "Get me in, girl." That's what I said. I did. I sent her a text and get me on record, girl.
Drop my name.
Stormy Daniels is wearing a Bubba Army thong while she testifies today.
But that would for your name to pop up in this trial would be. Well,
and it
he's
has
the Forrest Gump of felonies. He just appears everywhere.
And here's the thing. My name did pop up. My name wasn't, my show. My show was entered into, is part of this proceeding. She just didn't put the name on the show. She said she called it a Tampa radio show. She couldn't.
How cool would it have been if she said a Tampa radio show and the judge went, Bubba Army? You talking about Bubba Army? Oh, okay.
Oh, you're Bubba Army? I'm Bubba Army. I got the mud flaps. Oh, good.
Dismissed.
I got the mud flaps.
The judge pulls out his Daily Cube T-shirt.
Yeah. It is. You are the Bubba Gump of putting yourself in a situation.
And so, if you're a regular radio, why wouldn't you want that as your morning show? Why would you want to blackball me for the rest of my career? Why, Shannon? Let me ask you a question. You're a radio guy, and you know radio even better than me, and you know how good my show is in the morning compared to like Free Beer and Hot Wing. You know what? I just saw this year's Radio Hall of Fame nominees, and do you know that Free Beer and Hot Wings are and Johnny Magic are nominated for this year's Radio Hall of Fame?
Johnny Magic, I can see that, but Free Beer and Hot Wings, come on. Stop.
I can't. And meanwhile, I can't. I mean, I'm completely blackballed. More so than you. You could go to Dallas. You could go to Atlanta. You could go get other radio shows. You could. You've been offered.
I have.
You've been offered fairly large. Well, I know you had an offer from Dallas.
I worked in Market 7 for 3 years in Atlanta.
And I've worked in Chicago.
3, yeah.
I've worked them all. I'm now officially blackballed. Like I cannot get hired. I'm unhireable. And so let me ask you, as my fellow radio comrade, why? With Beasley doing a 7% work reduction cut, and with syndication being more economical now for companies than ever, why wouldn't you? And I'm pretty secure in the fact that my show is as good as any other male skewing show out there.
You don't have to worry about that.
So why? Tell me why.
I don't know, but in the if we were in the 90s or in the early 2000s, they would your history would play in your favor. Your background,
bad boy
everything
persona.
that happened. Absolutely, absolutely. It would shine above all the other stuff, and they go, "We got to get that guy because everyone's talking about him. He's been in this, he's been in that, he's controversial." These days, it's I don't know if you blame it on cancel culture or what, but I think time heals all wounds, and look,
but hold on, but it's been 12 years.
Yeah, but you're clamoring for a ticket onto the Titanic right now, like when you know it's gonna sink. It's a dying medium. You've found
I want to get
yourself...
on it enough to hit that iceberg, feel that nice little gin. I want to be one of the guys to get on the lifeboat to make it. I'm not going to be like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, you'd be the
turn into an ice
first one
cube.
off a sinking ship, Bubba. 100%. If you're a captain of the Titanic, you're first one off.
Get out of my boat.
Get out of my way.
Get out of my boat.
I want my own boat.
Me first.
I want my own boat with some bitches and food.
Get all the wings onto that ship there.
So I mean, like, but it doesn't even make like the show's not like we don't do pubic hair burrito or shock in the vagina or anything like we don't do any of those stunts that could potentially scare them. We don't have a guy that does parody songs, talking about Casey Anthony and the dead body in the trunk. Like we've completely changed and facelifted the show to be far more less of an issue legally. And FCC wise, we've never had an FCC issue since 2004. I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. I can't pick.
Well, I don't get it either, brother.
I mean, you went to prison and you're allowed back, and I just had a couple lawsuits and I'm completely blackballed.
You're on the same station as him, dude.
Well, I know that. What I'm saying is like Shannon literally. I'm not trying to upset anybody, John or Shane, but Shannon literally turned down a Dallas offer about a year ago. A big one.
Less than a year ago.
A big one.
Yeah.
A really like because Shannon and I talk. I guess we'll admit it now, and Shannon will too. I'm kind of Shannon's therapist.
Absolutely. You are.
So Shannon will be full hot, mad as a hornet, ready to start, calling people and blowing people up, and then he'll call me, and I'll be like, Shannon, settle down. I was told this. It's going to happen. Just settle down. And Shannon's like, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to Dallas, man. I'm just going to Dallas. I got a chance to do afternoons in Dallas with the big Tim McGillicuddy, and I'm going to Dallas. Screw this place. So I'm kind of Shannon's therapist.
You're the Burke Whisperer?
Yeah, I'm the
That
Burke.
really makes me think that
amazing
Shannon might be the most insane man in America if you're his therapist.
It's amazing that I do have a therapist, but Bubba could accomplish what she accomplishes in an hour in about 3 texts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like for real. So anyway, Shannon, but I don't have the ability to say, screw you, Shane, and screw you, John, because I got an opportunity to go work in Atlanta or Dallas or wherever you could. You've not been typecast. I've been, I think, typecast as, canceled and blackballed within the radio industry, and I don't know why. I don't know why. The ratings thing, it was a sealed settlement. So, Brian, that shouldn't be held against me.
Man.
But does that admit? Are you admitting guilt when you're you get a sealed settlement?
But come on, it's the track record, man. It's look, they can't take. None of them are going to take risks. You're not going to see how hard the throttle can go when the car's about to break down, and that's what radio is. It's a dying medium, a dying industry.
I take umbrage with that because it's really not dying. It's not dying.
It matters.
It's changing.
It's
dying in the sense of the listenership is about 1/10 of what it used to be.
No, that's not right, Brian. You're absolutely lying. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You really don't know what you're talking about.
Brian,
it is not 1/10 of what it used to be, you idiot.
It's what you put. It's what you put on the radio that's dying. That's what's dying. There's the volume of people potentially that could and want to listen, but in today's corporate radio where you literally it's cookie cutter, AI, voice tracked, just non-localized and not good programming, and they're cutting, people that do live programming at an alarming. So it's not necessarily the forum is dying. What is dying is programming and content, good content that moves the needle. That's what's dying.
Well,
Brian,
it's being thinned out.
89% of Americans age 12 and over listened to terrestrial radio on any given week of the year. 89%.
But the hours per listener are way down.
That's also not true. You want to see our TSL at Florida Bay Radio?
Well,
it's bigger than all of our competitors.
Hold on. Ours.
Yours, yeah.
And that goes back to, Shannon, it's what you put on the air to move the needle. Now, that's drying up, and we are on a hot spot right now.
Well, because they're going to other venues where talent has a chance. It's a diversifying the talent. You have chance to make more money or better money or new money in other venues.
And that's why Florida Man Radio is succeeding. Like, what did we debut in Fort Walton Beach? Like number 2 or 3, went from like 31st to 3rd, something like that. All of us.
Yes.
Shannon?
Oh, it's Fort Walton Beach. Absolutely, we own that town.
So here's the deal. I mean, if you have unique content, and music formats are failing because of streaming. but the bottom line, if you need
spoken word kicks ass, and
especially
Brian,
when you got
for a guy that's on the radio, you ought to not be talking down about how crappy being on terrestrial radio is.
I'm not saying
insane.
being on radio is crappy. I'm saying the industry has changed, and that would you say that the average radio station, Shannon, is way more conservative in terms of what they're putting on the air than they used to be?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's because they have this mindset, whether right or wrong. Okay, and so the numbers I may have exaggerated, but the point remains that the mindset has to change. That you have to take a chance. But they look at it as they can't take a chance. They're not going to take a chance.
Certain operators won't take a chance. You're absolutely right. Like our competitors across the street here in Orlando, those guys, you might as well be doing daily radio like Good Morning America and talk about America's love affair with the corn dog. There's absolutely nothing of substance on it any longer. Nobody gives their opinion anymore because they're afraid to get canceled.
No, you guys are lucky that you're on a station that cares about personalities and cares about putting on quality programming. But the reality is, and look at Tampa radio, they're just changing formats and putting it to the simplest, most common denominator garbage. We don't even have an alternative music channel in Tampa anymore because they don't want to put the work in to cultivate it.
I don't think Orlando has an alternative either. I think that format is completely dead.
Music radio is a different animal than spoken word.
What we're
across
doing.
the board, there are two completely 180 degrees apart from each other. Music formats flippity flip all day long. It doesn't matter. They'll do it and they're safe. It's always safe. Spoken word is a challenge for any operating company because it's expensive. You got to pay these guys unless you want to be syndicated willing.
And it's a little bit risky at times.
Absolutely,
because you're going against the grain of that 15 songs an hour AI generated music station that's dead in the water.
I don't listen to music radio. I have a specific taste in music, and I get it on my phone. I listen to what I want to when I want to.
So,
but
Shannon, that's
word,
more what I was talking about. Was the radio industry as a whole? The music aspect of it is still a very large part of the radio industry.
Oh, it's 90% of it.
Yeah, and that's my point. Like people go to Spotify or Pandora or Sirius for that programming versus I wasn't saying spoken word.
I was just trying to get Shannon to give me that Atlanta and Dallas hookup. That's what I was trying to do.
So Shannon, why did you make the decision to stay in Florida? Was it to stay in Florida? You didn't want to go to Texas?
I'll tell you because this is
because they made him PD.
Well, no, because the outfit in Dallas is one of the largest radio companies in America. I've been there. I've worked for faceless corporate beasts long enough in my career. Working for this company at JVC is a massive difference than working for one of the top 4 broadcasters. There's job security here, believe it or not, way more than there is working for iHeart or Cumulus or any of these other big dogs.
Yep.
You get here today, gone tomorrow. You're likely to be canceled with these guys. They monitor what you do. They tell you what you can't talk about, what you can talk about, and they push a kind of
an agenda.
It's an agenda, but it's also just a kind of
overall pussy ass mindset.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Exactly what it is. They'd rather you talk about nothing controversial. Just do your thing. Have a little contest and blah blah blah.
Meanwhile, our owner John Cracchiolo is like, "Man, you 3 idiots, turn it up."
Yes,
turn it up.
Exactly.
And then
talk about something that also
and then Don Miller, our African American man, he sometimes will use the N-word. He's an African American man, and he uses the N-word. And then people call up and bitch, and John Cracchiolo is like the owner of the station. First of all, what's your name, sir? My name's Jim. Okay, Jim, are you a white guy? Yeah, I'm a white guy, and I was taking my kids to soccer practice, and I heard Don Miller drop 2 N-words, and I am just truly offended. Okay, Don, well, let me tell you, this is John Cracchiolo, and I own the radio station, and I'm not marching my ass in there and telling Don Miller to say anything that he wants to. And who am I as a white station owner and you as a white listener to tell an African-American man that he can't say a certain word?
Right.
Appreciate you listening, though. Funner than hell. Appreciate you. Forget Shannon's on at 3 or 2. One of the 2.
We're doing this Anajar and Levine $250 giveaway thing every day. It's starting next week.
Right. I got the script.
It's huge. It's a big deal. And so here's an example. So I talk about it yesterday. we've talked about it, and I get a Twitter message, and it says, "Oh yeah, you guys suck because iHeart's giving away $1,000 a day. You guys suck so bad, you're only giving $250 away." To which I responded, "Guess what, pal? When iHeart gives $1,000 away and you hear it on your local station, it's not just the local station; it's all 900 effing stations in that company that have a chance at $1,000. Here, you get $250 a day, and it's every single day, and it's right here in this one market. We don't have 3,000 stations
What that guy
competing
at
for
iHeart
it.
doesn't know that the iHeart has a clock, and at 12:15 nationwide on every radio station, their automatic clock will break into the special sound effect that you're supposed to call in and win your $1,000. But you're literally competing. I'm not kidding you. You're competing against 700 other markets.
Yeah.
You're competing against the Schleps in Grand Rapids.
They call the nationwide number, which you think would give it away.
Right.
860 different stations in 160 cities are competing for that $1,000.
Yeah. So you, Johnny Schlepp Boy in D-Land, you ain't got no choice.
That's $1.03 per station.
Yeah, and that's how they do it with their budgets. Each station just has to contribute, a few $1,000 a year.
And you'll hear it in the fast talk and small print at the end. Every station is a national contest.
And Shannon, they make you like text, and then they sell your data and your phone number.
Yes.
You know what? At JVC, we don't know how to sell your data.
No. At JVC, we only need to know a couple things. One, we'd like for you to advertise, and two, we got 3 really good shows on our format that's heard in 3 different cities, and that's all we know. Bubba the Love Sponge, the great Don Miller, and Shannon Burke, and our contests are localized. So you're only competing against the person in that market, period. Not against if you're listening,
not 860 different stations. Think about that.
Times, each station's got at least 5 to 7 phone lines, right?
Yeah.
So, let's say you got through. It's hundreds of thousands of people you're competing against.
It's about the same as winning the lottery
for that $1,000.
Well, you probably have a better chance of winning the lottery because they're probably giving it to their friends too, right, Bubba?
I don't know.
Oh, you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
So, Shannon, we're going to talk to you about the Boy Scouts changing their names. I've been told that you were an Eagle Scout.
Yes, I was.
What was your project?
It was a community rec center.
You built it all by hand?
No.
Brick and mortar?
Just involved in it. Look, that's a long process. It's a 4.5 years. It takes some people 5 years. To get
now,
there.
Now, after you become an Eagle Scout and you've completed the program, does that make you more of a manly man? Are you a little bit more handy with a knife than me? What is it to the what skill set have you learned to be a skill set? Just to be more of a man or more?
I don't know. I don't know what it means. It's good on a resume, I guess, for some reason.
Right.
But,
now, did you ever get touched?
No.
Was there ever any touching involved in any of the troops that you were in?
No, not at all. No, I escaped all of that.
Because the Boy Scouts got that rap that the Scoutmasters were taking little Johnny and they're doing
right. They got sued for it. Had to go bankrupt.
Doing Catholic church type stuff.
Right.
I think within the child predator industry, I think they're like, hey, you can be a priest or a Scoutmaster and you can get the same amount of boy ass. I think. Listen, those kind of people talk just like you and I, who are radio enthusiasts. We talk, right?
Right.
Well, don't think if you're a little boy's ass enthusiast, you got a couple guys you can talk about.
Oh boy,
right?
Oh boy,
yeah.
Ass enthusiast.
Oh my God!
I'm not saying
what road have we gone down
where
here?
do you talk, Bubba?
Shannon, I'd like to apologize for being an idiot earlier, and thank you for correcting me on the radio
but
thing.
I
was talking about
music
more
not
so than anything else.
That I am a little boy, or anybody that I know or associate as a little boy ass enthusiast, but there have been 2 things that you could be.
You're on your own if you're a boy's ass enthusiast.
Here's
I'm
the
sorry.
deal. Yes. And if you travel in those circles, you've probably talked about being a Boy Scout master or a Catholic priest.
Or you keep it to yourself and just do it. Let me tell you that there was no
just stay out of Polk County.
There was no hint of it at all when I was in the Scouts. I was a Cub Scout, then I went to Boy Scouts, and then. But yeah, there was no.
Hey, I was a Cub Scout. I won the Pinewood Derby for our district.
Oh, nice.
No kidding.
Yeah, Doug Clem took the Remember they gave you the kit, right? And they had like the nails were the axles.
Yep.
And then they gave you had to put a little bit of lead in it to make weight.
Right.
Well,
Doug, you had to sand it down and paint it. And
Doug Clem went and took the nails and had them polished and coated with a certain coating. And then he took and put the lead in he put the lead in the nose, in the very nose of my car. He put the lead in there. And then he went and got like some special ceramic lubrication,
like the stuff that Chevy Chase sprays on the bottom of that sled and makes it go through the parking lot.
And I smoked everybody, and they sent me to TAC, and they made sure my car was legal, and my car was legal.
Did they drug test you afterwards?
They drug tested my car, and I made the NASCAR template, and they gave me the trophy. I still to this day, I still have that trophy from 1970.
Really?
I might bring it on the show tomorrow. My boy,
that'd be awesome.
Tainted trophy
for my 1972 Pinewood Derby Championship of Warsaw, Indiana, Boy Scout Willie.
Can we auction that off?
You still have your your sash, your little
no, I don't have
bandana?
any. I don't have any of that.
Damn. None of your patches, any of that?
No, none of that.
Oh, damn.
After I won the Pinewood Derby, I got out. You know, the next level was going out in the woods and sleeping in tents and stuff like that.
Retired on top.
Bubba retired as the cheating scandal broke.
As the cheating scandal
the
broke,
national media started to get involved.
Then my axles were polished with a ceramic coating.
Yeah, we found out that he was using a non-nutritive food varnish on his nails.
Yeah, not using kit parts.
All right, the Shannon Burke, my friend. I'm sure we'll be speaking in the next few days. Okay,
$250 a day starting on Monday. Listen to Bubba the Love Sponge 820. He's going to give you the word. Either Don Miller or I will tell you when to text that word in, and the $250 is yours every single day. Just
for
in
two
one market
for 2 weeks.
Yeah, just in Orlando, not all over the country.
And I'll give you the word at a certain time, and then that word's going to come up. Your opportunity to call in with that word on Shannon or Don's show. So for the next 2 weeks, starting at $250 a day, starting Monday, your chance to win that by listening to 103.1 Florida Man Radio, Orlando, Florida.
Boom.
Shannon, talk to you soon.
Love you guys.
Bye, buddy.
See ya.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
The show, I mean, we're off. Like Rumble, it's if you go and hit refresh, it brings you back to the beginning of the show.
Are we power picked up?
Oh, no. Wait, we're back up on YouTube. Let me see if I can get us back up on Rumble. Yeah, we're back up on everything.
Wait, guys, don't leave. We got another minute of the show.
Yeah, we're just going to short space you anyway.
We're going to short space it.
Well, and then you got to stick around and watch the big break.
I don't got to do shit.
No, you do, Bubba. You're signed up for this.
No, I'm not. I have.
No, that's the only way we could sell it was by promising everybody that you were going to be commenting on each card. And
I got fucking plans.
You have to write a personal letter to each buyer, but it's not a big deal. It's going to be short, like 3 pages or less.
Brian, just get off your shtick right now. I'm not fucking in the mood.
And you and that Tracy Lords girl are going to start doing the Daniel Ross shit.
Tracy Lords,
whatever her name is.
The one that the chick with Lummy on
Lummy's chick.
The
Lummy's
woman,
hot
yes.
chick.
Tracy. With Lummy, the card master.
Yeah, you and Daniel Rose.
It's a whole thing they got. It's a whole thing.
Unlike normal roses, none of these packages have thorns. They're all skunk free.
There was a lot of love for your flesh-colored shirt today, Brian.
I know, I saw that. People were like, they're gonna squint and pretend that I'm topless, which is kind of hot.
If we put some nipples on that shirt, I think that we really could bring in the cash.
We'd probably get cut off. We'd probably be eliminated. We'd get kicked off of YouTube forever.
Oh, man.
We're back up on everything, though. Don't bitch, guys. We have the best fucking tech team in radio back there, working on the 1s and 2s.
Once you pay that Spectrum bill, they get your shit up and running immediately. I know.
Just one check.
Sometimes you don't know stuff's out until they turn it off in your house, you know?
You don't know that you forgot to pay a bill.
Yeah.
He went from strip clubs and mansions to golf carts and pickleball. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm gonna short space you. Lummy and I are out. We got a job. Lummy, we got a job.
Sure do.
Brian and Seth, is this a taped break or is it going to be a live break?
No, we're going to go live on Instagram.
F it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live!
Why Instagram?
Dude, it's for 5 people. I don't think that, I don't know if you wanted to bother people on YouTube for something that's...
I would like to bother them on Twitter.
I don't know how to broadcast live from Twitter.
It's simple.
Okay, well,
you just hit the plus button and it says go live.
Bubba,
we have a bigger audience at Twitter, lover, than we do Insta.
Bubba, there's 100 million more people that are on Instagram than on Twitter.
People aren't going to be able to watch it after it's over on Twitter.
There you go.
So if someone misses it live, they're going to have to see their name and see what they got.
Bubba, as soon as I get our tax information, we can start making money off Instagram. I mean, it's right there for us.
All you have to do is get a hold of Seth, Rat, and Mach. They got all of it.
Perfect.
Lummy, Heath Clayton, I think it was new money.
Vegas Bubba Army.
Oh, okay, 25. Brent Richard, 25. And then Fish on the J, 25.
Thank you.
And Ford with 5 on it, since it buffered again for my boy Seth Cush.
Thank you.
Lummy, I'm out of here. You're going to go with me, right?
Yep.
Seth, you're doing your break on Instagram?
Yes,
sir. You're
sir.
taking it? How are our Instagram numbers looking? Are we over 30,000 yet?
No, but can you just hold on for 1 second? Don't go anywhere. Our Instagram numbers are...
Hold on, I'm writing them down right now.
Okay, are you ready? Our accounts reached are up 193.1%.
I want to know how many followers we have.
We have 22,000 followers.
22,000 how many?
22,177.
I just stopped following 176.
Today is May 9th. Perfect. Go to our Instagram, which is at The Bubba Army, and watch this phenomenal break show, okay? Participate if you'd like. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.